By an accident, Ji Feng returned to 5 years ago, right on the first day of university registration. On this day 5 years ago, a stunningly beautiful girl confessed her feelings to him, but he, being naive, did not accept. Filled with regret, he is reborn 5 years later and knows he must seize this opportunity. Liuli, you can't escape this time. Chapter 34, Overpriced. Damn, Kai, do you look down on me? Jiang Yu glared, furious at Xiao Kai's relentless mockery. Har har har. I didn't. You said it yourself. All right, let us hurry up and get ready so we can have breakfast, Zhang Tianyu said, immediately rolling out of bed. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai followed suit. Ji Feng, aren't you getting up to get ready? I've already gotten ready, Tilda. Fine then. The three got out of bed and started packing. By the time they finished washing up and changed clothes, there was no time left for breakfast. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes in the dorm, the four hurried to the playground to gather. In the morning, they practiced military posture all morning. After lunch, they continued practicing standing in formation, running countless laps around the playground. Finally, at 6 in the evening, the instructor announced a break. Damn. Finally done. Today was really exhausting. Exactly, we hardly rested at all. As soon as the instructor announced the dismissal, murmurs arose around them. Everyone felt that today's military training was particularly tiring, and of course, Ji Feng and Jiang Yu shared the same sentiment. I can't take it anymore. Tianyu, can you and Xiao Kai go to the cafeteria? Can you bring me back a pancake? With my small frame, if I walk a couple more steps, I'll fall apart. Jiang Yu squatted on the ground, his face flushed. Standing in military posture was exhausting enough. They didn't expect to run for so long afterward. Jiang Yu, you really are too weak. I'll go to the cafeteria and get you a pancake. Tianyu, can you bring me one too? Xiao Kai's mouth twitched, revealing a bitter expression. All right. Bring them all. Ji Feng, do you want me to bring you one too? He turned to Ji Feng. Compared to Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu, Ji Feng looked a bit better, at least still full of energy. No need, I have something to do later. I have an appointment, I need to leave first. It was already past 6 o'clock, and his appointment with Yunding Technology Development Company was after 6. Although the location on Fuxing Road wasn't too far, it would still take over 20 minutes to walk there. Watching Ji Feng leave, Zhang Tianyu and Jiang Yu looked bewildered. Is that guy going on a date with Sister Su? Doesn't he seem like it? Who cares, let us go back. I need to get a good sleep. Shifting his gaze from Ji Feng, Jiang Yu struggled to get up, leaning on Xiao Kai as they made their way out of the playground. On Ji Feng's side, he hurried to the school gate. Looking around, he raised his hand to hail a taxi. Driver, to Fuxing Road, Fuxing Restaurant. Okay. The taxi driver replied and pressed the accelerator. In less than 10 minutes, the car stopped steadily in front of Fuxing Restaurant. Getting out of the car, Ji Feng took out his phone, found the number that had called him, and redialed. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Mr. Ji Tilder. The call connected, and a mature, enchanting voice came through. Hearing the voice, Ji Feng put down his phone, looking back in confusion. Not far behind him, a woman in professional attire stood there, appearing to be around 30 years old. Upon seeing Ji Feng, she smiled slightly, exuding charm. Holding her phone, the beautiful woman walked up to Ji Feng. Mr. Ji Tilder. On the phone, your voice sounded very young, and indeed, you are quite a talented young man. Your secretary Wang? Yes, Mr. Ji. Let me introduce myself. My name is Annie, and you can call me Xiaoan, she said with a radiant smile, extending her hand. Her appearance could only be considered beautiful, but combined with her devilishly attractive figure, she had a deadly allure for most men. However, for him, she still fell short of the mark. Putting aside Su Liuli's stunning beauty, even before his rebirth, most of the secretaries around him were of similar caliber. After a brief handshake, Ji Feng immediately asked, Secretary Annie, where is Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang is waiting for you inside. I'll take you in now. Ji Feng remained unfazed as Annie's eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief. Despite his youth, he handled matters with such calmness. Leading Ji Feng into Fuxing Restaurant, they arrived outside a private room with the help of a waiter. Opening the door to the private room, a balding middle-aged man sat at the main seat. He was somewhat rotund and not very tall. Seeing Annie bringing Gu Feng in, Wang Li immediately stood up. "Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, this is our Wang from Yunding Technology Development." As Wang Li stood, Annie took the initiative to introduce the two. "Har har har. Mr. Gu. I've heard so much about you. Professor Wu said you're young and accomplished, and seeing you today, I can see it's indeed extraordinary. At your age, to have such achievements is truly admirable." From the moment he saw Gu Feng, Wang Li began to flatter him. For these sugary words, Gu Feng had never been particularly interested. He simply shook hands with Wang Li and got straight to the point. "Mr. Wang, you're being polite, let us sit down and talk." All right. Let us sit down and chat. Annie, go ask the waiter to bring the dishes. Mr. Gu and I will talk while eating." Following Wang Li's instructions, Annie immediately turned to call the waiter for the dishes. "Mr. Wang, since it's an introduction from Professor Wu, I want to beat around the bush. I intend to buy your Yunding Technology Development. What price do you think is appropriate?" Gu Feng calmly took a sip of the water in front of him. Wang Li seemed taken aback by Gu Feng's directness for a moment, then awkwardly smiled. "Mr. Gu is so straightforward, I'm not one to dawdle either. Though we publicly claim it's due to mismanagement, the reality is we're unable to do much. We in technology have long been overdrawn. Just look at this hair," he said, pointing to his forehead, chuckling. "These are the projects we currently have running. Each project has its profit points. If Mr. Gu is interested, excluding the liquid assets, Yunding Technology is available for 600,000. Handing over the prepared materials to Gu Feng, Wang Li revealed the price he had in mind. Taking the documents Wang Li handed over, Gu Feng examined them carefully. "Mr. Wang, in my opinion, these projects are all minor projects. Even if they are profitable, it's only a few thousand. The price of 600,000 is a bit inflated." Despite being young, he was the former president of Zhuzhou Group in his past life. If he lacked this level of discernment, how could he possibly manage such a large group? "Mr. Wang, Mr. Gu, the dishes are ready." Annie returned with the waiter, bringing all the prepared dishes to the table. "Based on Mr. Gu's perspective, how much are you planning to offer?" Chapter 35, Confession Tonight. Sitting leisurely in his chair and calmly looking at Wang Li, Gu Feng silently raised his hand. 500,000. This includes these projects as well. 500,000 was a reasonable price given the current scale of Yunding Technology Development, not too high, but not too low. It was well within Wang Li's acceptable range. 500,000. "Mr. Gu, is 500,000 a bit low? Could you possibly raise it a bit? How about 550,000? Wang Li wanted to negotiate further, but Gu Feng's attitude was resolute as he shook his head lightly. "I can't raise it. Mr. Wang should know that 500,000 is not a loss for you. This is the highest I can offer. I hope you'll consider it seriously." Gu Feng's firmness made Wang Li's expression a bit unpleasant. After a long silence, he eventually nodded. For Gu Feng, this transaction was a choice, but for Wang Li, it was an opportunity. If he didn't seize this chance well, he might have to wait a long time to find someone else to take over. "When will we sign the contract, Mr. Gu? When do you have time, Mr. Wang?" Although he wanted to sell the company, it wouldn't happen immediately. There would be at least a few days of buffer time. "How about a week later? I'll take care of the remaining matters in this time, and in a week, Yunding will officially be in your hands." "Sure." Gu Feng agreed without hesitation. After a few bites of food, he left the restaurant accompanied by Annie and Wang Li. For the next week, they had military training every day, even on Saturday and Sunday. On the last day of training, after participating in the closing ceremony, their military training finally came to a perfect end. "Oh my god, it's finally over!" Jiang Yu exclaimed, exhilarated. "Yeah, after more than 10 days of military training, it's finally done. We're lucky my classmates from the neighboring school have to train for a whole month." Xiao Kai murmured, noting that their training had started on September 1st and wouldn't end until October 1st for the National Day holiday. Compared to others, they felt incredibly fortunate. "Brothers, should we celebrate tonight?" "Celebrate? Come on, with your drinking capacity, I don't want to drag you back." Xiao Kai shook his head. Going out to drink with Jiangyu would just be asking for trouble. Jiangyu, today really isn't tea good for me. I have an appointment, let us do it another day. Tianyu, you're not getting a girlfriend, are you? Xiao Kai laughed as he approached Zhang Tianyu. During this time, he and Jiangyu often ate together, while Zhang Tianyu and Ji Yufeng vanished at dinner time. Ji Yufeng was still normal, going to accompany Sister Su, but who was Zhang Tianyu going to accompany? Oh, well, Tianyu awkwardly scratched his head. Seeing Zhang Tianyu's demeanor, Ji Yufeng couldn't help but be curious. Tianyu, have you really gotten a girlfriend? In their previous life, all four of them in the dorm were single when they graduated. Unexpectedly, in this new life, Zhang Tianyu had found a girlfriend. Ji Yufeng, Jiangyu, Xiao Kai, it's not really a girlfriend, she hasn't agreed yet. Maybe she just has a little crush on me. As he spoke, a faint blush crossed Zhang Tianyu's face. The rugged northern man was now surprisingly shy. Oh my god. Tianyu, you're really naive. How can you expect a girl to take the initiative in this kind of thing? What's your nose for? Sweet talk, flattery, you've got to make your move. Although Xiao Kai had never had a girlfriend, he had plenty of theoretical knowledge. Feeling that Xiao Kai's advice was quite reasonable, Zhang Tianyu paused, scratching his head with a silly smile. So what should I do? Confess tonight? Confess tonight? Wait. Ji Yufeng quickly raised his hand to stop him. Tianyu, while it's not advisable to delay this kind of thing too long, you also can't rush it. You still need to think it over. Why not ask her subtly tonight and see if she really has feelings for you? Right, what Ji Yufeng said is correct. Get a feel for the situation first, and we can talk about the confession in the next couple of days. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can surpass Sugar Liang. Zhang Tianyu listened intently to the ideas proposed by Ji Yufeng and the others. Others on the playground gradually left, while Ji Yufeng and his friends remained intensely discussing. Let us do it this way, we'll see how things go tonight. Alright. Jiangyu suggested they see how it goes tonight, and the others agreed. As they left the playground together, Zhang Tianyu headed to the school cafeteria, while Xiao Kai and Jiangyu returned to the dormitory. Only Ji Yufeng stayed behind, quietly waiting. After 5 or 6 minutes, a graceful girl appeared behind him. Wearing a pale yellow long dress and the shoes Ji Yufeng had bought from the mall, she looked stunning. The long dress paired with high heels highlighted her perfect figure. Silently approaching Ji Yufeng, she gently covered his eyes with her hands. Guess who I am? With his eyes suddenly covered, Ji Yufeng heard Su Liuli's voice, which had a hint of teasing. Liuli? How did you know it was me? Upon hearing her name, Su Liuli immediately released her hands, her soft lips pouting slightly, and her eyes sparkling with innocence. Your voice seems a bit different. But I'm very familiar with your scent. Ji Yufeng explained seriously. Su Liuli lowered her head and sniffed lightly. Is it the scent of shampoo? She never used perfume, so the only possibility was the smell of shampoo. I'm not sure, it could be body fragrance. Su Liuli paused slightly at the mention of body fragrance, then smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. What body fragrance? Are you being inappropriate? She added, a hint of shyness in her tone. No way. I'm being very serious. Ji Yufeng shrugged innocently. Well then, now that military training is over, should we go out for a walk? Have you been to the center of Modu? Su Liuli looked at Ji Yufeng eagerly. With only a few days into the semester, if she hadn't been to Modu before, Ji Yufeng likely hadn't explored the city center either. As an international metropolis, Modu's prosperity was comparable to that of the capital city, ranking among the top cities. Sure. I've been to the city center a few times. Before his rebirth, he had visited the city center more than once and even stayed at the Shanghai Oriental Pearl Hotel for a whole month. Then let us set off now. Alright. Ji Yufeng and Su Liuli walked together toward the school exit. Ji Yufeng initially planned to take a taxi to the city center, but before he could raise his hand, Su Liuli pulled him toward the nearby bus stop. Bus fare is 2 yuan, a taxi costs 100. The bus is more suitable. Chapter 36, Top-Tier Clients. At the bus stop, Ji Yufeng couldn't help but ask, 100 for a taxi? That is so expensive. Of course. This is Magic City, Su Liuli replied. Normally, it would cost at least a few dozen to get to the city center. What if there is traffic? It's better to take the bus, it's economical, she explained earnestly. Feng found her reasoning quite sensible. They waited at the bus stop, which was the first station for Fuxing University, so there were quite a few people waiting. Naturally, 99% of them were students from the university. In less than 5 minutes, a bus slowly approached the stop. People lined up to board. Fortunately, they found an empty seat just in time. Sit here, Feng said, pulling Liuli's wrist to guide her into the seat. The bus started up, and the ride from Fuxing University to the city center would take about 50 minutes if there was no traffic. Otherwise, it was hard to say. The bus moved steadily along, and in under an hour, Feng and Liuli got off together. The pedestrian street ahead is bustling, let us go check it out, Liuli said, pointing ahead. The pedestrian street was undoubtedly the most vibrant in Magic City, surrounded by numerous shops with a massive daily foot traffic. Sounds good. Feng followed Liuli into the street. Magic City truly lived up to its name. The pedestrian street was remarkably lively. There were all kinds of big brand stores, and street food stalls were everywhere. Are you hungry? Liuli asked, her bright eyes fixed on Feng. Wearing a flowing light yellow dress, she stood gracefully in front of him, exuding an otherworldly charm. As she turned to ask, passers-by couldn't help but glance back at her, captivated. I'm okay, not really hungry, he replied. It's noon, let us grab something to eat. Sure. Liuli took Feng's hand, and he felt a rush of shyness from her gentle grip. Her celestial aura made it hard for anyone to remain composed. They soon arrived at a dim sum shop. Hello. What would you like? The server greeted them warmly. Please weigh some dim sum for us, Liuli requested. I want this one and that one, let us get a bit of everything. Okay. The server nodded, promptly beginning to pack their selections. Feng could tell from Liuli's confident demeanor that she often came here. How much is it? Feng stepped forward, determined not to let her pay. Before he could take out his phone, Liuli had already handed over her membership card. Let me treat you, there's money on the card. This card was from a previous outing with her roommates, and it still had over 100 yuan on it. The dim sum they chose was about 100. Swipe the card, the server said. Sure, Maram. The server took the card and, after processing, handed the receipt and card back to Liuli. Thank you for your visit. Thanks. She smiled and opened the bag in front of Feng. Though the dim sum here is expensive, it's really delicious. You should try it. In the bustling street, she took out a piece and gently offered it to Feng. With a smile, she seemed unaware of how intimate her gesture was. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. This is great. He said, nodding appreciatively. The flavor was aromatic without being overly sweet, with a hint of floral notes. Yay! She said. I'm hungry too. She took the remaining half piece and nibbled on it in front of Feng. While holding the dim sum, Liuli walked and munched, occasionally feeding him a bite or two. In about 10 minutes, they finished one box of dim sum. Liuli, I suddenly feel like I'm being spoiled, Feng joked, grinning. Liuli looked puzzled. What do you mean? I feel like I'm being treated like a kept man, he said, realizing that every time they went out to eat, he never got to pay. Liuli always picked up the tab. Most people spend on their girlfriends, but here it felt like the opposite. Then let me spoil you. I can afford it, she teased, her eyes narrowing playfully. Feng was momentarily speechless, only able to shake his head with a smile. They strolled side by side for another 20 minutes before Feng stopped. Liuli, want to go inside and take a look? He suggested, pointing at a jewelry store. Century Jewelry? She asked. Yeah. It looks really crowded and lively inside. Let us go check it out. Feng led her into the store. The storefront was large, and once inside, they found an even more expansive space. It was divided into several areas: gold and silver jewelry, jade and gemstone sections, and a premium gem area. Each section had several salespeople, all quite busy. After browsing the gold and silver area, they moved to the jade section. Through the glass display, even a simple jade pendant cost tens of thousands, while the most exquisite jade bangles reached hundreds of thousands. Everything here is so expensive. Su Liuli exclaimed, glancing at the prices with astonishment. Indeed, it's quite pricey, Gu Feng replied. Let us check out the gem area, it might be even more expensive. As they approached the gem section, Gu Feng's suspicions were confirmed. Every gemstone necklace and bracelet was priced no lower than 100,000, with some limited editions even marked at 1,000,000. Many customers were observing, but very few dared to try anything on. Liuli, how does this necklace look? Gu Feng pointed to a 1,000,000 yuan necklace featuring a jade pendant in the shape of a peace coin, adorned with various rubies and sapphires, sparkling under the lights. It's beautiful, Su Liuli admitted, but upon seeing the price tag, she quickly shook her head. With a necklace priced over 1,000,000, she doubted anyone in the store could afford it. Excuse me, could we try on this necklace? Gu Feng asked the sales representative. Su Liuli didn't respond, and Gu Feng had to confirm, yes, this peace star necklace. Sorry, sir, this peace star necklace is for members only. You need to provide a membership account to try it on, the sales representative explained. A membership account? Gu Feng asked, puzzled since he'd never shopped here before. The other customers nearby turned their attention to him, curious about his request. A membership account is your registered mobile number, the sales representative clarified. Oh, my phone number. Gu Feng said, realizing his mother must have registered here. I'll provide the membership account. It's 156. He recited his mother's phone number. The sales representative entered it into her tablet. When she saw the membership level, she was shocked. The lowest reception level listed was the chairman. After refreshing the screen several times, it still showed the chairman as the lowest reception level. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. It seems there's a glitch in our system. Please hold on while I check with the store manager, she said, looking bewildered. Gu Feng's companion, Su Liuli, finally snapped out of her surprise. Gu Feng, that necklace is too expensive, I don't want to try it on. She clutched his sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, it's just for a moment, Gu Feng reassured her, giving her a calming look. Her response was a reluctant nod. In the manager's office at Century Jewelry. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The manager looked up from the monthly report she was organizing. Manager, you need to see this, there's a problem with the membership account, the sales representative said, hurrying over with her tablet. A problem with the membership account. The manager was skeptical but rose slowly to check. Upon seeing the account linked to the chairman, she was taken aback. Where's the customer? Outside. You go serve the customer. Meet all their needs immediately. I'll call headquarters right away, she instructed. As the store manager, she was often sent for training at headquarters. One critical lesson was about top-tier clients. When the lowest reception level is the store manager, that customer is considered a top-tier client. If the lowest level is the chairman, it's essential to report immediately to headquarters and meet all the client's needs. Chapter 37, Fondness for Children. Whenever a major client experiences service issues, not only the store manager, but even the vice president in charge of the Magic City region would be held accountable. Gu Feng and Su Liuli had only been waiting outside for less than 2 minutes when a salesperson rushed out with a tablet in hand. Sorry for the wait, sir. I'll get the necklace for you right now. As she spoke, she took the key from her waist and unhesitatingly unlocked the glass display. The 1,000,000 yuan necklace was being handled with great care. The salesperson was anxious about accidentally damaging it. Even the slightest scratch would be unthinkable. Carefully retrieving the necklace, she placed their peace star onto a tray. Maram, this peace star was designed by 3 designers and symbolizes peace and prosperity. The design is based on the peace coin, with a gemstone carved pentagram in the center, and behind the peace coin, there's a 6-character motto. The chain is made of hollow carved platinum. If you find it uncomfortable later, we can replace it with a necklace cord free of charge. Let me help you wear it so you can see how it looks. Opening the small side door, the salesperson walked slowly toward Su Liuli, gently placing the necklace around her graceful neck. Su Liuli's cold and noble aura made the necklace look even more stunning on her. Wow! So beautiful! That girl is the prettiest I've ever seen. A number of customers nearby couldn't help but exclaim as they watched Su Liuli try on their peace star. Gu Feng stood by, silently admiring Su Liuli, and even he was taken aback by her beauty. Does it look good? Su Liuli asked softly, her eyes filled with shyness. She didn't care about the opinions of those around her, all she cared about was Ji Yufeng's thoughts. As long as Ji Yufeng thought she looked good, she would be happy. It looks great. Really beautiful. Even prettier than those models. Ji Yufeng didn't hold back on his compliments as he took Su Liuli's hand and led her to the mirror. Doesn't it look amazing? Tilde. Nodding silently, Su Liuli turned to the salesperson beside her. Can you take it off for me, please? Wait. Since it looks so good, why not keep it on? I haven't given you a gift all this time we've been together, so consider this necklace my first gift to you. Please wrap it up for us. At the moment she tried it on, Ji Yufeng had already made up his mind to buy it. Hearing this, the salesperson immediately showed a delighted expression. If this million yuan necklace could be sold, her commission would be substantial. Okay, sir. I'll prepare the invoice right away. Before Su Liuli could react, the salesperson returned to the counter to prepare the invoice. Ji Yufeng, this necklace is too expensive. I can't accept it. Clinging tightly to Ji Yufeng's arm, Su Liuli's expression was anxious, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She looked like she might cry at any moment. Just accept what I give you. It's normal for me to buy you a gift after treating you to so many meals. Looking steadily at Su Liuli and feeling the gentleness in his words, her initially anxious heart gradually calmed down. While the salesperson was busy preparing the invoice, the store manager strode over. Hello, sir, I'm the store manager here. I see you've taken a liking to this necklace? Yeah. Since you are our major client, we are honored to serve you. This is a small gift from our Magic City branch, I hope you'll accept it. The manager's tone was humble as she handed 2 gift boxes to Ji Yufeng. Oh, thank you. Ji Yufeng said, expressing his gratitude. The manager smiled slightly and joined the salesperson in processing the invoice. In less than 3 minutes, all the paperwork was completed. Ji Yufeng handed his bank card to the cashier and completed the transaction for the 1.2 million yuan piece star necklace. Sir, Maram, have a great day. Welcome back anytime. The manager and staff saw Ji Yufeng and Su Liuli to the door, watching them leave before returning to their duties. Manager, do we really have such major clients that the chairman needs to personally attend to them? After successfully completing a sale, the female salesperson was very excited. Marking it for chairman reception doesn't mean the chairman has to personally attend, it's just a membership tier, the manager explained. This kind of major client level isn't something money can simply buy. I'll hold a small meeting tonight to explain this to you all. You need to pay attention to these things in the future. Overall, this service was good. I'll apply for a bonus for you from headquarters. Really? Thank you, manager. In addition to the commission from the necklace itself, she could also receive a substantial bonus. She really wanted to encounter more clients like this. As Ji Yufeng and Su Liuli left the jewelry store, Su Liuli walked beside him, holding onto the necklace in front of her. Liuli, what's wrong? Why are you so nice to me? With long eyelashes fluttering, Su Liuli looked at Ji Yufeng with tender eyes. What else could it be? I like you. Like tilde. His straightforward words warmed Su Liuli's heart. Ji Yufeng liked her, and she liked Ji Yufeng too. Then could you promise me not to buy such expensive gifts in the future? I'm really scared. What if I lose it? With a necklace worth over $1 million around her neck, she truly didn't know what she would do if she lost it. Okay, I promise you. You asked me to come shopping, didn't you? Have anything else you wanted to buy? Su Liuli had suggested going shopping, and apart from the necklace, they had only had some snacks at the beginning. Actually, I wanted to take you shopping to help me pick some gifts. I want to buy something for my mom. After buying so many clothes for herself last time, she had been thinking about what to buy for her mom during this time. Since she had some time today, she brought Ji Yufeng along to browse while also looking for gifts. Buy a gift for my mom. Let me think. Rubbing her chin, Ji Yufeng tried to recall what his mother liked but couldn't remember at the moment. You, as her son, don't know what your mom likes. With a knowing smile, Su Liuli pouted her lips slightly. She had wanted to take Ji Yufeng shopping for ideas but didn't expect he wouldn't know what to get either. I definitely know. It's just that the things she likes are something we can't buy. Clearing his throat, Ji Yufeng glanced at Su Liuli with a hint of embarrassment.
Can't buy? Are they very expensive?
No, no, no. They are not expensive in the conventional sense, they are just hard to obtain. Gu Feng spoke hesitantly, and Su Liuli's large eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't quite understand what he was trying to express. From my observations over the years, she especially loves children. Especially grandsons and granddaughters. How about? With a mischievous smile, Gu Feng looked at Su Liuli beside him. She had been full of curiosity, but upon hearing Gu Feng's words, her face turned crimson. She never expected Gu Feng would make such a joke with her. You how inappropriate, Tilda. Pervert. She lightly muttered under her breath, seizing the soft flesh at Gu Feng's waist while he wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. Seeing the situation turn awkward, Gu Feng quickly admitted fault and stepped back a few paces. Liuli, please calm down. You asked me what my mom likes, and I wasn't lying. She really likes children. Really? He spoke earnestly while glancing down at Su Liuli's stomach. He murmured subconsciously, but it seems like it's too late now. Humph, you still say. With her face flushed, Su Liuli was both embarrassed and angry, stamping her foot in frustration. Fortunately, there weren't many people around to hear otherwise. She would have wanted to find a hole to hide in. Chapter 38, Choosing Gifts. Su Liuli's face was flushed with embarrassment as she stood in front of him, her delicate and fair face looking somewhat adorable at first glance. In this situation, he couldn't continue to tease her. After contemplating for a while, he slowly suggested, how about we go to the mall first? Her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her face slightly tinted with pink. Tilda. Then let's go to the mall. Since they didn't know what to buy as a gift, they decided to stroll through the mall first. Forgetting about the child issue, Su Liuli took the lead while Gu Feng followed closely beside her, heading towards the nearest shopping center. By the way, what does your uncle like? She asked quietly as they walked. Are there any other elders besides your parents at home? There's also my grandmother Tilda. But gifts for my dad and grandma are easier to prepare. Let me help you with that. No, I should prepare it myself, it's a token of my appreciation. Gu Feng offered to help choose the gifts, but Su Liuli immediately shook her head in refusal. When it comes to giving gifts to elders, the thought behind it matters most. How could she let someone else prepare it? All right, you handle it then. Following Su Liuli, Gu Feng had no choice but to agree. They entered the mall and wandered around the first floor without finding any suitable gifts. After taking the escalator to the second floor and browsing for about 10 minutes, Gu Feng stopped in front of a women's clothing store. How about a scarf? Let's go in and take a look. Muttering to herself, she pulled Gu Feng's wrist and entered the women's store. In the middle left section hung a light pink scarf with a striped pattern, looking quite beautiful. What a pretty scarf. But isn't it a bit too simple to just give a scarf? Su Liuli said softly, standing elegantly beside Gu Feng. Simple? I don't think it's simple at all. Weren't you just saying that what matters most in giving gifts is the thought behind it? Although it's a small gift, it carries a lot of sentiment. Standing next to Gu Feng, Su Liuli maintained a graceful demeanor, staring at the scarf for a long time. Okay, then let's go with the scarf. Hello, how much is this scarf? She raised her delicate hand to call over a sales assistant. Hello, Tilda, this scarf was originally over 1,000, but it's on sale now for only 690. The sales assistant smiled as she introduced the scarf. Hearing the price, both Su Liuli and Gu Feng were shocked. A cotton scarf costs 690. It really is an expensive place. Even a random item has an outrageous price. That's okay, please wrap it up for us. Su Liuli said, her cheeks glowing like ivory, showing no hesitation despite the high price. Of course. Upon hearing Su Liuli's words, the sales assistant immediately took the scarf and went to the cash register to wrap it up. After paying 690, Gu Feng walked out of the store carrying the scarf worth over 600. Liuli, how about we go back first? We can pick out gifts for dad and grandma another day. Su Liuli's money was all earned through hard work. This place was simply too expensive. If they continued shopping, they didn't know how much more they would spend. After Gu Feng spoke, Su Liuli didn't respond immediately. She looked down and took out her phone from her bag. It turned out she had received a call. Hello, Juju. I'm out, what's up?
Tonight?
Okay, got it. I'll head back now. After a few simple sentences, Liuli hung up the phone.
Then let us go back. Okay.
They walked out of the mall and took the bus back to Fuxing University. Tonight, my roommates and I are having dinner, so you might have to eat by yourself. After getting off the bus and reaching the school entrance, Liuli stopped, holding the shopping bag in her hand, her dark, clear eyes looking at Feng. All right, do you want to go back now?
Millimeter.
She nodded slightly. I'll walk you back to the dorm. He walked Liuli back to her dorm from the school gate. After she entered the girls' dormitory, Feng turned and left. It wasn't too late yet, and he could contact Wang Li to finalize the contract with Yunding. He exited the school and took a taxi to Yunding Technology Development. After nearly half an hour, Feng arrived at the location of Yunding Technology Development, Feng building. Standing in place, he looked up at the building in front of him, estimating that it was quite old. Most of the surrounding buildings were new, but the Feng building looked worn and shabby. But then he realized it made sense. Yunding was just a small company worth a few $100,000. In a high-end city like Magic City, how nice could their office area be? Entering the lobby, he took the elevator to the top floor. Wang Li and his secretary were already waiting at the elevator entrance. Upon seeing Feng, they quickly came forward.
Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry for making you come in person.
They approached him and shook hands.
That's all right. Mr. Wang, let us sign the remaining contracts.
Sure, Mr. Gu, this way please. Wang Li had prepared the contracts early and personally led the way, quickly arriving at the office area of Yunding Technology Development. Although it was called an office area, it was less than 200 square meters, with only a dozen employees. Seeing Wang Li lead Feng straight to the office, the employees at their desks couldn't help but glance over with curiosity.
Is that Mr. Gu?
My gosh, he is so young. I heard Mr. Gu bought our company to invest in a large game. I wonder if we'll get laid off. Sigh, the future looks bleak. Generally, when a company gets sold, 99% of the old employees get laid off. They probably wouldn't be any different this time. Mr. Gu, please take a look at the contract. Wang Li placed the contract on the desk. Feng sat down and carefully reviewed it, finally confirming that there were no issues. Everything's fine. He picked up a pen and signed both copies of the contract. Mr. Gu, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. The employees outside are my core technical staff, each of whom is very capable. If you're willing to keep them, I believe they won't let you down. Wang Li awkwardly spoke to Feng. Normally, he shouldn't have said such things, but he couldn't bear to suddenly let go of the people who had worked with him for so long. I'll consider that. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I finished packing my things. This office is now yours. Wang Li stood up, nodded at Feng, looked around with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and then left with big strides. He had already held a meeting with all the employees regarding the issue of staying or leaving. That decision was up to Feng as the new boss. Chapter 39, A Second Chance. Secretarian, how many employees does the company have now? After Wang Li left, Annie, as the president's secretary, naturally stayed in the office. Whether she could continue as a secretary depended on Feng's mood. There are a total of 18 employees. Recently, 6 have resigned, so including me, there are only 12 left. When Wang Li announced the sale of the company, 6 employees had already found new jobs and left collectively yesterday. Does the company have a conference room? Yes, there's a small conference room. Have everyone go to the conference room. I have a few things to say. Okay, Mr. Gu. Being in her position, she had to do her job well since she was still the president's secretary. Feng entered the conference room first. At secretarian's notification, a total of 11 people, excluding the 2 of them, entered one after another. Everyone, please take a seat. I'll briefly go over a few things. Today, I officially took over Yunding from Mr. Wang, and from now on, Yunding will be renamed Yunding Technology. Those present are the backbone and veterans of the company. You can choose to stay or leave. For those who stay, your salary and benefits will follow the new salary system. I understand your current salary structure, and I can guarantee that the salary I offer will not be lower than what you currently earn. Does anyone have any thoughts?
Mr. Gu, you really want to lay us off? The group was surprised, not expecting their boss to say such things. Why would I lay you off? The game, Peak Competition, will be our main project moving forward. You all have technical development experience. Is there any need to lay you off and then rehire? After Feng finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances and expressed their willingness to stay. Can the finance personnel come in? After the meeting, Feng returned to his office. Secretarian, please contact Professor Wu and have the Peak Competition team move to the company as soon as possible. Also, I noticed there are many unused office spaces on this floor. Please arrange to rent all the available areas. Understood, Mr. Gu. Hearing Feng's instructions, Annie quickly nodded in agreement. After addressing the office space issues, the next most important task was to inject funds into Yunding technology. What is your name? Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm the finance officer, my name is Du Jingjing. Du Jingjing appeared to be around 30, similar in age to Annie. Alright, Sister Jing, I'll personally inject 10 million in working capital into Yunding technology. Please prepare the accounting for that. For every expense incurred during the development phase, get secretarian's signature. 10 million. Although she had anticipated a large sum, hearing Feng say 10 million still shocked her. She was the only finance officer, and the largest sum she had previously dealt with was just under $1 million. This time, it was 10 million. Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll prepare the report as soon as possible. After agreeing, she turned to leave. Feng stood up and, before leaving, didn't he forget to drink the water on the coffee table. By the time he returned to the school from Yunding Technology, it was already around 6 in the evening. Led by Jiangyu and Xiaokai, the three of them went to the cafeteria for dinner, while Zhang Tianyu had other plans. After dinner, it was around 7 o'clock. Liuli had gone out to eat with a few roommates, and Feng didn't want to disturb her, so he lay in bed, bored, playing on his phone. Time passed by slowly. Before he knew it, it was 9:30 in the evening. Just as Feng was about to take a hot shower and go to bed, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Liuli. Worried that something had happened so late, Feng quickly pressed the answer button. To his surprise, the situation was almost identical to the last time. The caller was none other than Wang Mani. Feng, can you come over? We're at the east gate of Fuxing University, near the Western restaurant. Liuli, she seems to be drunk again. Wang Mani's tone was quite awkward. She truly hadn't expected that a glass of wine would be enough to make Liuli drunk. What? Oh, okay, I'll be there soon. Feng was completely confused, not knowing what was happening. Last time she mistakenly drank vodka. This time, surely she didn't drink too much again. Hey! Feng, where are you going? Seeing Feng hurriedly get out of bed, Jiangyu stood by the bed and couldn't help but ask. I have something to do. Oh. Something tilde. Wait, take your ID. At this time, you probably want to come back. Jiangyu reminded him, and Feng suddenly remembered he needed to take his ID. He hurriedly turned around to grab his ID and rushed towards the Western restaurant at the east gate of the school. When he arrived at the Western restaurant and looked around, he finally spotted Liuli with her three friends in the corner. Upon seeing Feng approach, Wang Mani and Dong Zhizhi awkwardly stood up, while Liuli leaned on Liu Xiaoyu's shoulder, her face slightly flushed, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she slept soundly. Feng, we really didn't mean to. Look, this is the wine I've kept here. It has less than 13 degrees of alcohol. We shared half a bottle among the four of us. Dong Zhizhi said with a blushing face. She only wanted everyone to taste something new. Had she known it would turn out like this, she would have definitely asked the waiter to bring some juice instead. Feng was equally baffled upon hearing this. Just a little bit of wine. Yeah, just a little bit of wine. Dong Zhizhi affirmed. This wine was what she had stored here 6 months ago. Today, feeling good, she thought to invite a few roommates to try it, but unexpectedly, after just a few sips, Liuli became a bit dazed. In less than 2 minutes, she had already fallen asleep on Liu Xiaoyu. How about I take Liuli home first? That's fine. We didn't want to call you at first, but Liuli said she wanted to see you, so I called. We just called you, and now she has fallen asleep. Wang Mani explained with a wry smile. Gu Feng, don't worry, I swear I won't let Liuli drink again. This girl really has a low tolerance, she can't handle even a drop of alcohol. Dong Juju raised 3 fingers in front of Gu Feng and swore, her attitude very sincere. There was nothing to be done. After the last mix-up, they hadn't expected this to happen again, and all 3 of them, including Liu Xiaoyu, felt utterly ashamed. It's not your fault, I wouldn't have thought of this either. With the help of Dong Juju and Liu Xiaoyu, he supported Su Liuli, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and half carrying her in his arms. Her soft waist carried a faint fragrance at that moment. Su Liuli was simply mesmerizing. As he stepped out of the Western restaurant, Gu Feng looked down at Su Liuli in his arms and lifted her into a princess carry. All their way, he carried Su Liuli to their hotel where he often stayed. Upon seeing them, the lady at the front desk revealed a knowing smile. She quickly arranged a room for them and watched as they entered the elevator. Being young is so great. Chapter 40. Blame me. I couldn't control myself. Helping Su Liuli into the room, the two came to the bedside. I'm so thirsty, I want to drink water. Tilder, their voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, and a hand grabbed Gu Feng's arm. Okay, I'll go get you some water, you just lie down obediently. Raising his hand and touching Su Liuli's head intimately, putting the other's hand aside, Gu Feng stood up and walked to the water dispenser next to him. After getting Su Liuli a cup of warm water, he came to the bedside and raised his hand to slowly help her up. Come, drink some water. Oh Tilder. Subconsciously responding, Su Liuli picked up the water cup, took a few sips, and drank all the water in the cup. Gu Feng hugged Tilder. After drinking the water, he looked at Gu Feng with a dazed look in his eyes, and the next second, he opened his arms and hugged Gu Feng directly. The sudden appearance of the delicate body made Gu Feng stunned. Holding the water cup in his hand, he stood there blankly. He was neither moving nor not moving. Liuli, can I put the water cup down first? Gu Feng hugged Tilder. Holding his hands tightly, he was unwilling to let go. There was really no other way, so he had to put the water cup in his hand on the bedside, and stood there, letting Su Liuli hold him. Standing there silently for more than 10 minutes, Su Liuli still didn't want to let go. Liuli? Calling softly, the other party seemed to have fallen asleep. Gu Feng had no choice but to gently pull up her arm, and then slowly let Liuli lie down again. Looking around the room, letting Su Liuli sleep quietly on the bed, he sat down in front of the coffee table. While holding the phone, he did not forget to regularly observe the situation of Su Liuli on the bed. Wait until late at night. It was almost dawn, and it was time to rest. Gu Feng got up and came to the bed. He looked down at Su Liuli on the bed. She was sleeping soundly. Her delicate and fair face was slightly flushed. Her eyelashes were long and slender. She was so beautiful that she was beyond description. Huh! It's time for me to sleep too. There was only one bed in the room. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have to make do with Su Liuli again tonight. He lifted the quilt and went in. Before closing his eyes, he did not forget to look at Su Liuli beside him. Huh! She was as calm as Liu Xiaohui back then. He muttered to himself. With such a stunning beauty lying beside him, he could still remain calm. He admired himself for his composure. Without thinking too much, he retracted his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. He calmed down and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but Gu Feng, who was sleeping, suddenly felt his body warm. In a daze, a warm breath touched his face. He slowly opened his eyes. When he saw clearly in front of him, Gu Feng was startled. With a cherry mouth and a face as white as cream, Su Liuli actually got into his arms. What was even more surprising was that the other party raised her head, and her cherry mouth was only less than half an inch away from his mouth. At this moment, Gu Feng felt a blank in his mind. Don't look at anything indecent, don't look at anything indecent. He tried to glance away, and didn't forget to whisper. Gu Feng kiss. Who knew that in the next second, after Su Liuli mumbled a few words in her sleep, she slightly straightened her body and kissed Gu Feng's mouth directly. Warm, sweet, soft. Faced with such temptation, any normal man would definitely not be able to control himself. Liuli, you are forcing me to commit a crime. With a bitter face, Gu Feng lay stiffly on the bed, and he didn't even know where to put his hands. Kiss Tilder. The next second, Su Liuli's soft and delicate lips pouted. Liuli, you kissed me. Adjusting his position, Ji Yufeng kissed Su Liuli directly on the mouth. The soft feeling was mixed with a hint of sweetness. Perhaps because she had no experience, Su Liuli clumsily stretched out a hand and gently placed it on Ji Yufeng's shoulder. The dress was removed, and her beauty gradually emerged. In the blink of an eye, time came to the next morning. As the first ray of sunlight shone into their house, Su Liuli gradually opened her eyes. In the dimness, she felt her body tightly embraced by an arm, and it was very warm in front of her. Looking up, when she saw Ji Yufeng in front of her, her pure and quiet face was startled, and she looked down at herself, and she was actually naked. Even Ji Yufeng, who was lying next to her, was the same. Artilder! She exclaimed, sat up with the quilt in her arms, and curled up. Ji Yufeng, who was originally sleeping, was also awakened by this sudden cry. The first thing she saw when she woke up was that Su Liuli was sitting next to her, hugging the quilt, and curled up. Liuli, I'm sorry, I. Looking at Su Liuli with a worried look, Ji Yufeng didn't know what to say for a while. Until now, Su Liuli was in a trance and remembered what happened last night. Last night it was not a dream. Tilder, with tears in her eyes, she muttered to herself. She still had some vague impression of what happened last night. She didn't know if it was because of drinking, she actually thought it was a dream. Holding the quilt, Su Liuli's tears fell cracklingly. Seeing this, Ji Yufeng was extremely anxious and had no idea for a while. It was still his fault for not controlling himself. After about 5 minutes, Su Liuli's mood eased a little. Looking at Ji Yufeng beside her with tears in her eyes, in her opinion, this matter could not be entirely blamed on Ji Yufeng. If she hadn't thought she was dreaming, she wouldn't be so presumptuous. Ji Yufeng, I want to put on clothes, can you turn around first, Tilder? There were clear tears on her beautiful face. She looked pitiful and distressed. Okay. I'll go to the bathroom and wait for you. Immediately agreed, quickly put on his clothes, and Ji Yufeng walked into the bathroom. After watching Ji Yufeng leave, Su Liuli lifted the quilt and raised her hand to pick up the underwear next to her. In the bathroom, Ji Yufeng stood in front of the sink, turned on the faucet, and poured cold water on his face without hesitation. Ji Yufeng, reborn, have you been reborn as a dog? Thinking back to every bit of Su Liuli's treatment of him before, Ji Yufeng now felt extremely regretful. What he did was undoubtedly deeply hurt Su Liuli. For more than 10 minutes in the bathroom, Su Liuli outside had not made any movement. Liuli, are you okay? While speaking, he raised his hand to open the bathroom door. Su Liuli sat by the bed in a goose-yellow dress, and the quilt had been folded. Seeing Ji Yufeng coming out, Su Liuli's delicate face blushed, and she hurriedly pulled the pillow to her side, as if covering something. I am not well yet. She avoided his eyes and didn't dare to look directly into Ji Yufeng's eyes. Ji Yufeng was stunned by Su Liuli's action, and then smiled bitterly. I saw it when I got out of bed. You saw it all? She looked nervous, and her beautiful and smooth cheeks bulged. The quilt had been folded, but there was a clear pool of blood on the bed sheet. She wanted to try to wipe it with water, but it was useless. Stepping to Su Liuli's side, Ji Yufeng squatted down in the other's puzzled eyes. Liuli, I'm sorry, it was my fault last night, I shouldn't. If you want to apologize, then pay for the bed sheet. Looking at Ji Yufeng gently, Su Liuli raised her slender jade hand and pointed to the blood on the bed sheet. Pay for the bed sheet. Chapter 41 Playground Confession. Liuli, you're not angry with me. Su Liuli's words made Ji Yufeng a little confused. He squatted on the ground, looking confused. Did I ever say I was angry? She snorted softly, her neck flushed. Put up the sheets. I'll go wash up. Gently stroking her black hair, Su Liuli stood up slowly, raised her cute and delicate nose, turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Maybe because of what happened last night, Su Liuli's steps were a little frivolous and she seemed a little uncomfortable. His girlfriend was not angry. Ji Yufeng stood up slowly. Happiness came too suddenly. Quickly remove the sheets, fold them neatly, and put them in the bag. When Su Liuli came out of the bathroom, Ji Yufeng had already finished cleaning up. When they arrived at the front desk, after learning that Ji Yufeng was going to buy the bed sheets, the aunt agreed very readily. He just charged Ji Yufeng a random cost price and let him leave. After breakfast, he sent Su Liuli back to the girls' dormitory. He had classes in the morning, so after sending Su Liuli back, he had to go to the teaching building for class. They came downstairs together. Su Liuli stopped, clasped her hands tightly, and looked at Ji Feng very cutely. What's wrong? Don't tell anyone else what happened last night. Otherwise I will really ignore you. Her voice was as gentle as orchid, and her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Okay, I won't tell anyone else. I swear. Raising his hand, Ji Feng was about to take action. Seeing this, Su Liuli hurriedly stopped him and said, I believe you. After saying these four simple words, Su Liuli walked towards the door of the girls' dormitory. Halfway there, she turned around and waved to Ji Feng. Ji Feng waited until Su Liuli entered the dormitory before turning around and leaving. The class starts at 8 o'clock, and it's a little after 7 o'clock now, so it's not too late. When I arrived at the classroom, there were still 20 minutes before class started. As expected, there were almost no people in the huge classroom. As time passed, with 2 or 3 minutes left before class started, Jiangyu, Xiao Kai and others hurried into the classroom. After seeing Ji Feng, the three of them hurried over. Freshmen are so strict, there are students outside who are late for registration. It's a good thing we ran all the way, otherwise we would have been on the honor roll. As soon as he sat down, before he even took out his book, Xiao Kai started to complain. Exactly. I heard from sophomore seniors that it's like this all year long, but in sophomore year, people will relax a lot. The three of them were talking to each other, and while they were talking, Jiangyu looked at Ji Feng curiously. Ji Feng, what's wrong with you? You're not saying a word. What are you doing? If it were before, when they were discussing like this, Ji Feng would definitely say a few words. It's strange today, why is it so quiet? It's okay, I'm not in a daze. No, is there something wrong with you, kid? Tell me, isn't it because of senior sister Su? Jiangyu asked, and Xiao Kai and Zhang Tianyu also looked over with curiosity. Ji Feng, you and senior sister Su are not going to have a fight, are you? Don't be silly, you must seize the chance of getting such a beautiful senior girl. After Xiao Kai finished speaking, Zhang Tianyu nodded his agreement. Don't worry, I'm really fine. He had just finished speaking when a white-haired old professor entered the classroom holding a laptop. Seeing the teacher come in, the three of them stopped asking questions. I was in the classroom all morning, and I called Su Liuli at noon. I wanted to ask her to have lunch together, but I didn't expect that Su Liuli had to work part-time in the afternoon and had already gone to the kindergarten. I had no choice but to go to the school cafeteria to eat with Xiao Kai and others. Tainyo, how is your business going? Did the girl agree? While eating the chicken leg, Jiangyu suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Tianyu with a smile. It would have been fine if he hadn't asked. But this question made Lao Niu shy. He lowered his head and remained silent. After a moment, he nodded slightly. It seems like there is some meaning in that regard, but I haven't figured out how to express it yet. Their voice was so soft that Ji Feng, who was sitting nearby, couldn't hear it clearly. Tainyo, what did you say? Can you speak louder? Jiangyu, who was sitting opposite him, didn't hear a word clearly. He decisively put the remaining half of the chicken leg in his hand on the plate and looked at Zhang Tianyu with curiosity. I said, this girl seems to be interested in me, but I don't know how to express it. The voice instantly rose several degrees. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng and the others looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Har har har. It's easy if it's interesting. Just confess your feelings. We can help you arrange it. How's this evening? Since the girl has this intention, Zhang Tianyu must hurry up. If he continues like this, if someone intercepts him, he will have no place to cry. Tonight? Isn't that a bit too hasty? When Zhang Tianyu heard that he would have to confess his feelings tonight, his voice trembled. I've never had a girlfriend before, so I have no idea what to do. Let alone confessing my feelings at night, even if I think about it carefully, I can feel nervous inside. Cough cough cough. We have no experience in this kind of thing. Ji Feng, you are the only one among us who has some experience. Can you teach Tainyo some? In Jiangyu's opinion, Ji Feng is a romantic who can chase after the school bell. If he can teach Zhang Tianyu some experience, then successfully confessing his love will be a piece of cake, right? Me? Ji Feng smiled awkwardly. I don't have much experience.
Didn't I tell you before that it was your senior sister Sue who took the initiative to confess to me? You are really shameless. You're not Nezzer, you have 3 heads and 6 arms, how can you make senior sister Sue confess to you? Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai didn't believe what Ji Feng said at all. It was normal for them not to believe it. Even a 3-year-old child might not believe what he said. In my opinion, without further ado, how about the school playground at 7 o'clock tonight? Tainyo, dress up nicely and ask the person out. We'll prepare a confession scene for you. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, Ji Feng and Xiao Kai all turned their eyes to Zhang Tianyu. As long as the other party nodded, they would prepare well this afternoon. Long silence. Good. I, Lao Nyo, will risk it all. Confession. My roommates are right. Confession of love is something that cannot be delayed. Har har har. Hurry up and eat, then go back to the dormitory to discuss the details. Zhang Tianyu's confession was a great happy event for their entire dormitory, and the specific details had to be discussed carefully. After hurriedly finishing their lunch, Ji Feng and his companions returned to the dormitory. The discussion lasted from 12:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon, a total of more than 2 hours. Ji Feng, I'm going to take Tainyo out to buy clothes first. You and Xiao Kai can go to the playground to check out the venue. Yes, prepare the flowers. Remember to buy roses. Don't buy the wrong ones. After the discussion, Jiang Yu pulled Zhang Tianyu's arm and stood up. Before walking out of the dormitory, he did not forget to say a few words to Ji Feng and Xiao Kai. Don't worry, we'll take care of the playground. Xiao Kai patted his chest to assure, and the next second, Ji Feng stood up. Tainyo, you have to tell us what the girl's name is first. Yes. Why don't you just talk about other things? You have to tell us your name. My name is Liu Junying. Liu Junying. Wait, you should write down the name for us. Which one is it, Jun, and which one is Ying? Quickly find paper and pen and let Zhang Tianyu write down the name of his future girlfriend. Chapter 42, Confession was intercepted. After feeling that there was no problem, Jiang Yu took Zhang Tianyu out to buy clothes, while Ji Feng and Xiao Kai went to the flower shop outside to order flowers. After ordering a bouquet of roses at the flower shop, the two went to the advertising shop and got a large LED display. After finishing everything, we hurried to the playground to reserve a place. Xiao Kai, what do you think of this place? Ji Feng pointed directly at his feet. He was currently located right in the middle of the playground. The lawn is neat and clean, making it the perfect place to express your love. Okay. Then here. Just as he finished speaking, 3 girls came over from a distance. Judging from their clothes, they should also be freshmen. Hello, 2 seniors, excuse me. Can you give us this place? We have an event tonight and might need to use it. One of the 3 girls came up to Ji Feng and Xiao Kai and asked with an embarrassed look on her face. This. Hearing this, Ji Feng turned and looked at Xiao Kai beside him. I wanted to discuss it with Xiao Kai, but I didn't expect this guy to agree so decisively. No problem, we can be there too. You are really generous. Ji Feng whispered something in Xiao Kai's ear. Since Xiao Kai had already agreed, Ji Feng couldn't say anything. Since there was still a lot of space around, they had no choice but to move to the side. In order to avoid being occupied again, the two of them pulled out a ribbon and surrounded the required area before leaving, and also left some notes and candies. I'll confess my feelings tonight and take up a seat first. Please bear with me. I'll treat everyone to candy in advance. After leaving the note and candy behind, the two turned around and returned to the dormitory. The time for the confession was set at 7 o'clock in the evening, and Zhang Tianyu had already made the appointment. When they returned to the dormitory, Jiang Yu and Zhang Tianyu had not returned yet. Ji Feng received a call from Su Liuli, who had already returned to school. After hearing Ji Feng say that he would confess his feelings on the playground tonight, Su Liuli immediately expressed that she also wanted to join in the fun. It was not until 6 o'clock that Jiang Yu came back with Zhang Tianyu. I can't say I look very handsome wearing brand new clothes, but at least I look full of energy. It's 6:30, Tianyu, go pick up the girl and bring her to the playground. We will be waiting for you there. Good. Everyone agreed readily and started to act excitedly. When he arrived outside the playground, he happened to meet Su Liuli. After seeing Ji Feng, Su Liuli held up the hem of her skirt and trotted to Ji Feng. She has fair skin and a delicate nose, and her face looked very happy when she saw Ji Feng. You're here, Tilder. When will the confession begin? With a beautiful smile like spring on her face, Su Liuli subconsciously grabbed Ji Feng's arm and asked. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Hello, senior sister Su. Hello. I don't have anything to do, I just want to join you guys for some fun, is that convenient? Senior Su, what are you talking about? It's our honor to have you come. Jiang Yu laughed and pushed Ji Feng's shoulder. Ji Feng, what are you waiting for? Take senior sister Su in first. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Liuli stood quietly in front of him, looking at Ji Feng with a smile in her clear big eyes. Your roommate has agreed, why don't you take me in? Okay, let's go in. Seeing Su Liuli so cute, Ji Feng couldn't help but laugh. Entering the playground, a lot of people had already gathered around the arranged venue. Because of the note left behind, most people came to watch the fun. So many people. My dear. A large group of people gathered around, and Jiang Yu's little heart couldn't help but tremble. Jiang Yu, given the situation today, what if my confession fails? Xiao Kai muttered silently. It was completely unexpected that so many people gathered at the place where he wanted to confess. Par. What depressing words. Based on today's situation, I can definitely make my confession a success. I bet that if Tianyu fails in his confession, I will eat grass around the playground. Jiang Yu's tone was firm, but his eyes couldn't help but look to the side. What's that doing over there? Do you want to confess too? Have no idea. A few girls came over and said there was an event in the evening. Xiao Kai gave a simple explanation and Jiang Yu didn't think too much about it. Put the prepared roses aside, and place the LED light sign and small pendant lights. I always feel like something is missing. Candles? There are candles next to them, why don't we have any candles here? Where are the candles? Xiao Kai glanced at the side and saw that in addition to flowers, people also prepared heart-shaped candles. Fuck. I forgot. Jiang Yu raised his hand and slapped his forehead. When he was buying clothes, he was thinking about buying some candles. He was in such a hurry to come back that he actually forgot about it. Call. It seems like they still have quite a lot left. I'll go ask if I can borrow some. Noticing that there were still a lot of candles left behind the three girls next to him, Xiao Kai plucked up his courage and strode up to the girls. Hello, classmates. Senior Tilder. No, I'm not a senior. I'm also a freshman. Can I discuss this with you guys? You still have quite a few candles left. Can I buy some? Standing there awkwardly, Xiao Kai rubbed his palms nervously. Of course, we have no use for the rest of these, you can take them all. Xiao Kai had given up his seat before, and they didn't know how to thank him, so giving him some candles would be no big deal. Real. Wow, thank you so much. He agreed with a smile. As time was running out, Xiao Kai quickly took a bunch of candles and went to the grass to arrange them. A few minutes later, Zhang Tianyu brought Liu Junying to the playground. Here it comes. Jiang Yu finished speaking in a low voice and was about to wave to Zhang Tianyu, but unexpectedly, the other party followed Liu Junying to the open space next to him. The next second, music started. Tainyo, I like you. Liu Junying, holding flowers in her hands and wearing a beige dress, actually confessed her love to Zhang Tianyu. Oh shit. Is that what the script says? Their mouths opened wide, not to mention Jiang Yu, even Ji Feng and Su Liuli were filled with shock. They worked hard to prepare for the confession scene, but they didn't expect to be intercepted by the girls' people. Gulp. Xiao Kai swallowed silently. Jiang Yu, what should we do here? It has already started over there, and everyone's attention is focused there, but they have also worked hard to prepare, so it can't be wasted. After thinking about it, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai looked at each other and their eyes were all on Ji Feng. You two, why are you looking at me like that? Being stared at by the two people with burning eyes, Ji Feng suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Xiao Kai, change the name on the LED light. Chapter 43, The Goddess Was Caught. Change your name. Whose name should it be changed to? Xiao Kai was confused, it happened too suddenly and he still hadn't reacted at all. Nonsense, of course they should be changed to Ji Feng and senior sister Su's names. Change it quickly. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, Su Liuli's pretty face turned pale and she hurriedly grabbed Ji Yu Feng's arm. She just wanted to come and watch the fun, but she didn't want Ji Yu Feng to confess to her in public. Jiang Yu, why did you change our name, you kid? Okay, we finally set up the scene, you're the lucky one. Now is a good opportunity, you should express your feelings to senior sister Su so that we can learn from you, har har har. Jiang Yu was talking with a smile on his face. Xiao Kai acted quickly, taking out his phone and quickly changing the names on the lead sign to Ji Yu Feng and Su Liuli. After modifying the lead signboard, Xiao Kai did not forget to force the flowers in his hand into Ji Yu Feng's hands. Take it and perform well. Xiao Kai winked at Ji Yu Feng and then smiled. Next to him, Liu Junying had already handed the flowers in her hand to Zhang Tianyu. Looking at the girl in front of him, Zhang Tianyu's mind was in a mess. Didn't we agree that he would take the initiative to confess tonight? But in the end, why did the girl have to confess to him? Promise her. Promise her. Marry her, marry her. It is a rare scene for a girl to confess her love to a boy. The classmates around her were extremely excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Faced with this kind of scene, Zhang Tianyu's old face turned red, and he really couldn't stand it. Junying, You don't have to say anything. I know what you mean, and you know what I mean. If you don't take the initiative, I'll take the initiative. Will you stay with me? Holding flowers in her arms, Liu Junying looked at Zhang Tianyu seriously. Tainyo, why are you still standing there? Catch the flower. Jiang Yu, Ji Yu Feng and others were standing nearby, looking at Zhang Tianyu standing there in a daze, and felt very anxious. After hearing what Jiang Yu said, he finally reacted and hurriedly reached out to take the flowers from Liu Junying's hand. Bang bang bang. After all, the girl was fully prepared. After her successful confession, she even had fireworks. Har har har, it worked. There was loud laughter, and the moment Zhang Tianyu took the flowers, thunderous applause broke out all around. Iron Bull is done, Ji Yu Feng, now it's up to you and senior sister Su. Jiang Yu raised his hand and half-pushed Ji Yu Feng to the middle of the ribbons. Wow! There's still a confession to be made. What day is today? Confession day. Having just finished watching one show, they didn't expect there would be another one. The people who were originally gathered around all looked at Ji Yu Feng. Senior Su, Ji Yu Feng is gone tilde. I tilde. Her face flushed, and even Su Liuli's neck was covered with blushes. She had never dreamed of such a high-profile confession. Looking up, her eyes fell on Ji Yu Feng in the distance. Su Liuli hesitated for a while, but finally took a step forward. Etc. Su Senior. The school beauty. Wow, am I seeing right? Isn't that senior sister Su? My goddess. Everyone around was watching the fun happily, but when they saw Su Liuli appear, they were all dumbfounded, and their words were full of disbelief. The campus belle of Fuxing University, the dream goddess of all boys, was publicly confessed to on the playground. If we had known the news in advance, the playground would probably have been surrounded by people. Jiang Yu is a kid who always does whatever he wants. Don't mind it. Come to think of it, I haven't confessed to you yet. This is just the right time to make up for it. Holding the flowers handed to him by Xiao Kai, Ji Yu Feng looked at Su Liuli in front of him calmly. On the first day of school, the scene at the school gate vaguely reappeared in her mind. That was the first time Su Liuli saw him. Then how are you going to confess? I'm looking forward to it. She winked at Ji Yu Feng, smiled playfully, and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Ji Yu Feng, what are you standing there for? Give me flowers, it's a token of my appreciation. Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu were standing not far away. Seeing that Ji Yu Feng did not take any action for a long time, they stamped their feet anxiously. Liuli, will you marry me? Slowly handing the flowers in his hand to Su Liuli, Ji Yu Feng asked seriously. Just one sentence made everyone's eyes widen. Even Zhang Tianyu and Liu Junying couldn't help but look over here. Marry him. I'm going to confess, isn't it? When did it escalate into a proposal? Is there something wrong with my ears? After Ji Yu Feng said this, the students around him started talking wildly. Su Liuli's beautiful eyes were dull and she stood there stupidly. She also didn't expect that Ji Yu Feng would ask such a question. Liuli? Su Liuli was in a daze for a long time,
and Ji Feng couldn't help but remind her in a low voice. I am here. I do. Their voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, but Ji Feng still heard it clearly. In front of everyone, Liuli reached out and took the flower in her arms. Then, with everyone witnessing, she stood on tiptoe and gave Ji Feng a light kiss on the left side of his cheek. Just this one kiss almost broke the fragile hearts of all the boys present. Oh my god. Yes. How can I agree to that? My goddess has been pursued like this. No way. Oh my god, are you going to let me live? Boys studying for college, your house has been robbed. Liuli agreed, and the students around her talked wildly, and some even started taking pictures with their mobile phones. As for what happened tonight, it won't take long before the news spreads throughout Fuxing University. Wow, Jiangyu, this preparation was not in vain. Xiao Kai looked at Jiangyu beside him with excitement. The latter stood there with confidence and was obviously very happy. Jiangyu, Xiao Kai, what's going on? Bringing Liu Junyin quietly to Jiangyu and Xiao Kai, Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but ask curiously. This. Tainyo, let me explain it to you. This place was originally prepared for you, but who knew you would be pulled there all of a sudden? We worked so hard to prepare the venue, and I thought we shouldn't waste it, so I pushed Ji Feng and senior sister Su up there. Jiangyu explained seriously, and Zhang Tianyu was stunned. He smiled and said, so that's how it is. What can I say? How did Ji Feng suddenly think of confessing his feelings to you? It turned out to be your doing. However, given senior sister Su's status in Fuxing University, Ji Feng's name will be known all over Fuxing University tomorrow. Su Liuli took the flowers from Ji Feng, and the two of them stayed there silently for a moment. Then, under everyone's gaze, he left the venue and came in front of Jiangyu and others. Tainyo, congratulations on your successful confession. Congratulations. Let's put these things away on the playground together. The confession is over, and the things on the playground should be put away quickly, including the lit candles. If we delay any further, it will be bad if the security guard comes over. Ji Feng, you and Tainyo go first. Xiao Kai and I will just clean up the mess. Yes, Jiangyu is right, you two go on your date first, leave this to us. With a big wave of his hand, Xiao Kai stepped forward, took Ji Feng and Zhang Tianyu's arms and came to the side. Another day. You must treat me and Jiangyu to dinner. Chapter 44 The Power of Love. No problem. Order whatever you want to eat. Tainyo will treat you to this meal. Ji Feng readily agreed, but Zhang Tianyu was a little confused by the last sentence. What did he mean by, I'll pay for the meal myself? After whispering for a while, Xiao Kai and Jiangyu waved their hands to signal the two to leave. In this way, Zhang Tianyu took Liu Junyin, Ji Feng took Su Liuli, and the four of them walked out of the playground together. Hey, when can I find a girlfriend? Xiao Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched them leave. Jiangyu next to him came up to him at the right time and said, don't even think about it. You won't be able to find a girlfriend if you're like this. What? Jiangyu, what do you mean? No, don't get excited, I'm just joking, har ha har ha. Xiao Kai was furious, and Jiangyu quickly changed his words. Outside the playground, Ji Feng simply greeted Zhang Tianyu, and then took Su Liuli towards the school teaching area. From the time of their confession to now, Su Liuli has been quiet and followed Ji Feng without saying a word. When they arrived at the bench under the teaching building, Su Liuli said shyly with her beautiful eyes, don't waste time again tonight. No, it's still early. Let's sit here and rest for a while. He pulled Su Liuli's wrist and asked her to sit down first. He just checked his phone and it was only a little after 8 o'clock. There was still a long time before the dormitory closed, so there was no need to rush. I haven't bought the gifts for Uncle and Grandma yet. Go buy some sometime and bring it back with you when you return. Su Liuli spoke softly. Hearing this, Ji Feng hesitated and asked, when I go back? Aren't you going back with me? One on the left and one on the right, the two sat on the bench and chatted in low voices. After about an hour, it was past 9 o'clock. Feeling that it was getting late, Su Liuli got up and prepared to return to the dormitory. I have to prepare my thesis these days, so I may not have much time. They were going to go out for internships in the second half of their senior year. Some of her classmates had almost finished their papers, but because she had a part-time job outside,
she had not written a single word of her paper. During the next period of time, you have to devote yourself to it. Given the seriousness of teaching at Fuxing University, if the thesis is not completed, it is possible to delay graduation or even repeat the grade. Okay, that's okay, just focus on your thesis first. If you miss me, call me anytime. I'll be there whenever you call. Humph, I won't miss you. With a light snort and pouting her cherry lips, Liuli immediately turned around, leaving only a beautiful back view to Feng. After taking a few steps, he found that Feng had not followed him, so he stopped and turned around again. Hurry up. Good. Called by his girlfriend, Feng took a few steps and quickly came to Liuli. He escorted her all the way to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Just when Feng was about to return to the dormitory, he suddenly received a call from his mother. Dad Jinguo and Mom Song Hualan are going abroad for about a month. I originally wanted to take Liuli back home in the near future, but now it seems that it is not possible. At least we have to wait for my mother and others to come back from abroad. When they returned to the dormitory, Xiao Kai and Jiangyu were the only ones there. Zhang Tianyu had not returned yet. I say, Tainyo won't not come back tonight, right? Jiangyu sat cross-legged on the bed. It was 9:30 and there was not much time left before the dormitory closed. I don't know, Tilda. As the saying goes, a night of love is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. It's normal that Tainyo doesn't come back. Har ha har ha. Xiao Kai was still laughing, but before he finished laughing, the dormitory door was pushed open and Zhang Tianyu came in happily. Fuck. Speak of the devil, here comes the devil. Tainyo, why are you back? The smile on his face froze instantly, and Xiao Kai looked at Zhang Tianyu in disbelief. I was just saying that he might not come back tonight, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. What's wrong? Can't I come back? He came to Xiao Kai in confusion, looking happy, as if he had won a lottery of 5 million. Feng, Jiangyu and Xiao Kai just stared at the smiling Zhang Tianyu silently. Sure enough, the power of love is great. In front of several people, Zhang Tianyu climbed onto the bed, took out his mobile phone and started chatting seriously. As for Feng and the others, they were so bored that they could only lie down and sleep. In the following period, Zhang Tianyu and Liu Junying were completely in the passionate love period, and they almost always returned to the dormitory after 9 o'clock every night. Over at Yunding Technology, Annie reported by phone that Liu Qi had moved in with the development team, and the peak competition project was progressing steadily. According to estimates, the development will be completed in a short time, followed by the first round of testing. As for the official launch time, preliminary estimates show that it will not exceed 2 months. The course schedule for the freshmen in the first 2 months was quite full, and Liuli was also preparing her graduation thesis. For more than a month, the two of them could only see each other once every 3 to 5 days. During this period, Feng's name spread almost throughout Fuxing University. The main reason was because of the confession on the playground last time. As the boyfriend of the campus belle of Fuxing University, Feng also became a celebrity in the school. Even the counselor sometimes couldn't help but ask a few gossipy questions about him. Senior year, in the girls' dormitory. Finally finished. This submission should be able to pass. Sitting in front of the computer desk, Dongjija looked at the paper she had revised with great difficulty. Feeling satisfied, she stretched exaggeratedly. Behind her, Liuli, wearing pure white pajamas, was staring at the computer screen in a daze. Liuli, how's your paper going? It's just that the format is wrong, it should be easy to change. Dongjija stood up, pulled out a chair and came to Liuli's side. There were only 2 of them in the whole dormitory. Wang Mani and Liu Xiaoyu went out shopping and had not returned yet. Well, I fixed it. Submit it to the teacher later and let her take a look. Liuli, what's wrong with you? I feel like the mood is a little off. Are you missing Feng? Putting her hands on Liuli's soft and round shoulders, Dongjija asked happily. During this period, they have been busy with their graduation thesis. Apart from eating, they have been writing and revising the thesis. Their life is very boring. When asked this by Dongjija, Liuli's fair and delicate neck turned slightly red. I miss Feng. I see you miss your boyfriend, right? Well, of course I did. So I'm going out now. Do you want to come with me? Well, I'll call and ask first. Picking up the phone next to her, Su Liuli found Jiu Feng's number and dialed it. Chapter 45, Oh Tilder, it looks like stockings. Beep beep beep. At this time, Jiu Feng, who was sitting in the dormitory board, suddenly heard his cell phone vibrate. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Su Liuli. Hello? Liuli? Do you have time now? Let's go out for dinner. I finished my paper. Have a meal. Okay. I'll pack up now and wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. They hadn't met the day before yesterday and yesterday, but today Su Liuli finally called him and he had to agree without hesitation. I got out of bed and quickly packed up my room. As for Su Liuli, after calling Jiu Feng, she happily came to the closet and carefully selected clothes. Dong Juju stood there blankly, with an incredible look on her face. I just felt that Su Liuli was in a bad mood, but after making a phone call, she seemed like a different person. As expected, your Jiu Feng is still the best. My school beauty, what clothes are you going to change into? Would you like me to help you pick it out? I guarantee it will be sexy and charming. With our Liuli's figure and appearance, we will definitely charm him to death when we go out later. Liuli, what do you think of this? She skipped over to Su Liuli and took out a short suspender skirt from her closet. The style was very exaggerated. Turning around and seeing the short skirt strap in Dong Juju's hand, Su Liuli shook her head decisively. She couldn't wear this kind of clothes out at all, let alone going out on a date with Jiu Feng. Even going to the beach to swim, wearing this kind of clothes would be a bit exaggerated. This one won't work. Or this one. A tube skirt with stockings. I remember you also had a pair of beautiful crystal high heels. With the combination, you look like a queen. She rummaged through her closet to find a set of hip skirts, brought them to Su Liuli, and started to imitate them. Jia, you should wear this dress yourself. I'm going to change this. After searching in her closet for a long time, she finally took out a white and yellow dress. The skirt is designed to be very slender and can completely cover the calves. If it weren't for Su Liuli's tall figure, most other girls probably wouldn't be able to wear it. This dress was also given to her by Jiu Feng's mother, but she has never worn it until now. Such a long skirt. Okay, then you change into this and I'll change into the denim skirt. As she spoke, Dong Juju took out a denim skirt from the closet. Just as she was about to turn around to change, she suddenly noticed a strange box in the middle of Su Liuli's closet. Liuli, what is that box? Underwear. Looking in the direction of Dong Juju's finger, Su Liuli paused slightly. This box was given to her by the sales lady when she bought underwear last time. After I came back, I threw it in the closet and forgot to open it. Maybe. Let me open it and take a look. She herself didn't know what was inside, so she opened it and took a look while she remembered. Su Liuli was about to open the box, and Dong Juju was watching with great curiosity. When the top cover was opened, there was a piece of pure black gauze inside. A tilder looks like stockings. Liuli, don't you rarely wear stockings? In front of Dong Juju, Su Liuli took out all the contents of the box. When she saw clearly what was inside, her eyes trembled slightly and she stood there in a daze. Even Dong Juju, who was usually carefree, couldn't help but blush. Liuli, this is. She raised her hand tremblingly, but the words were at her lips, but she couldn't say them. Coming back to her senses, Su Liuli hurriedly stuffed the things back into the box. In her panic, her pretty face, including her earlobes, turned red. Jia, I didn't buy this. The sales lady gave it to me. I really didn't know this was inside. I put the box back in the closet, but it didn't feel right, so I took it out again. Seeing Su Liuli so embarrassed, Dong Juju became playful and squinted her eyes and said with a smile, Liuli, I believe you. But since you've got it back now, why don't you try it on? Your figure looks absolutely stunning in this dress. He. Looking Su Liuli up and down, Dong Juju's behavior was like that of a female hooligan. Jia, are you laughing at me on purpose? If you think it looks good, I'll give it to you. With blushing cheeks, Su Liuli put the box in her hand directly into Dong Juju's hand. Your gift is too expensive. I dare not accept it. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. What are you going to do with this thing? Just throw it away. Facing Dong Juju's question, Su Liuli nodded without hesitation, yes. It would be fine if this thing was seen by a few roommates, but if it was seen by other people, she would never be able to wash it off even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Alas, such a good thing, what a pity. Liuli, you really don't want to consider it. Jia, are you deliberately making fun of me? Su Liuli turned her head away while changing her clothes with a slightly red face. Seeing this, Dong Jia smiled happily, put the things next to Su Liuli, and ran over to change her clothes. Seeing Su Liuli changing her clothes, a gleam of light flashed in Dong Jijia's eyes. Wow! This dress is so beautiful. Liuli, if you go out wearing this dress, you will definitely get 100% attention. When placed in the closet, it looked like just a simple dress, but when Su Liuli wore it, she looked like a fairy descending to earth. With her perfect figure and delicate fair face, she is stunning even for girls, let alone boys. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm in a hurry. I won't wait for you. Feng might have already packed up. He picked up the bag from the bed, stuffed the box next to it into the bag, then turned and walked out of the dormitory. When I arrived outside the girls' dormitory, Feng hadn't come over yet. I took advantage of the fact that no one was around and threw the things into the trash can. Call. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Feng didn't see this thing, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it. After standing there for a minute or two, Feng came from a distance. Seeing Su Liuli standing downstairs, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Liuli, didn't I ask you to wait until I get here before you come out? How long have you been waiting here? Feng couldn't help but ask softly as he quickly came in front of Su Liuli. While speaking, his eyes were fixed on Su Liuli in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She was wearing a yellow and white long dress, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, canvas shoes on her feet, and her exquisite and beautiful face without any makeup. She was simply beautiful to the extreme. I didn't wait long. I just came down. Is it good looking when I wear this? Feeling Feng's slightly surprised look, Su Liuli blushed slightly and she lowered her head to glance at her clothes. Nice. It's really beautiful. You are beautiful, and you look good in any clothes. Feng praised without reservation and spoke his true feelings. Su Liuli was very happy to hear these words. Women dress up to please themselves, and being praised for being pretty by the person you like is definitely a happy thing. Chapter 46, The Scumbag Who Abandoned His Wife and Children. Where are we going to eat? I've been busy recently. To make it up to you, I'll treat you today. Her crystal clear snow-white skin sparkled with an ivory-like halo and she smiled sweetly at Feng. Looking at the lovely and beautiful girlfriend in front of him, Feng smiled bitterly, and was actually a little overwhelmed. Well, to make it up to me. Isn't he eating too simple? The neglect I've suffered during this period cannot be made up by a dinner. Pretending to be aggrieved, Feng stared at Su Liuli's big eyes like lake water. Then tell me, how can we make up for it? She smoothed her hair from her forehead and looked at Feng curiously. In response to Su Liuli's question, Feng showed an intriguing smile on his face, then he raised his hand and pointed to his mouth. Give me a reward. What's the reward? She naturally understood what Feng meant, but in order to amuse him, Su Liuli still chose to pretend to be stupid. What's the reward? You ignored me for so long, a kiss isn't too much of a reward, right? Kiss? Too much. With a light snort, he ignored Feng and walked forward on his own. Wait tilde. If kissing on the lips isn't negotiable, how about kissing on the face? Feng asked with a smile as he quickly caught up with Su Liuli. Su Liuli had been trying hard to hold back her laughter, but after being asked this by Feng, she could no longer hold it back and burst out laughing. Trying to suppress your smile, you turn your head to the side. Liuli, is this okay? If we go further over there will be more people. We are now near the senior girls' dormitory. There are almost no people along the way, but as we continue walking forward, we get closer and closer to the school gate, and there are a lot more people. With Su Liuli's shy personality, she would never dare to kiss herself in that place. Sure enough, Feng's words were quite useful. Upon hearing that there were many people ahead, Su Liuli slowly stopped. The shy girl stared at Feng silently. The next second, she said, "Close your eyes." Good. When his girlfriend wanted to kiss him, Feng smiled and quickly closed his eyes. Noticing that there was no one around, Su Liuli's heart started pounding. She came to Feng, stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and her long black eyelashes trembled slightly. The next second, a soft breath came and Ji Feng was shocked. His arms subconsciously wrapped around Su Liuli's slender waist, holding her soft warmth in his arms. She had thought it would just be a simple kiss, but she didn't expect Ji Feng to just hold her in his arms. Feeling Ji Feng's breath and the warmth at his lips, Su Liuli couldn't muster any strength in her body. About 10 seconds later, Su Liuli mustered up a bit of courage and quickly broke free from Ji Feng's arms. Her cheeks were flushed with shame, her hands were clenched tightly together, and she didn't dare to look directly into Ji Feng's eyes. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise who knows how shy Su Liuli would be. You? We agreed to just do it for a second, but you. The voice was very soft, and it was obvious that although Su Liuli was complaining, she did not intend to blame Ji Feng in her heart. Standing in front of Su Liuli, Ji Feng was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He just kissed her for no reason, but ended up reaching out and hugging Su Liuli in his arms. Liuli, I'm sorry, I'm ignoring you. Muttering softly, Su Liuli turned around in front of Ji Feng, and after a few seconds she couldn't help but look behind her. Are you hungry? If we don't go eat now, it will be dark. Go. I'll go right away. He came to Su Liuli, grabbed her wrist, and ran quickly out of the school. Along the way, everyone they met, whether male or female, couldn't help but look at them twice. Being able to attract the attention of so many classmates was certainly not something Ji Feng could do. The main reason was Su Liuli, who was beside him. Liuli, along the way, I've almost become the focus. Following Su Liuli, Ji Feng couldn't help but mutter, she is already beautiful, and with this outfit, it's no wonder she can attract so much attention. After finally walking out of the school, they found a small restaurant and sat down. After ordering some food, Su Liuli rested her chin on one hand and stared at Ji Feng in silence. Liuli? What's wrong? What's on your mind? Sitting opposite him, he clearly noticed that something was wrong with Su Liuli and her mood was fluctuating. I want to tell you something, but I don't know how to start. There was a complexity in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something but found it difficult to speak. Raising his hand and gently placing it on the back of Su Liuli's hand, Ji Feng said seriously, you talk, I listen. Ji Feng's words gave Su Liuli great courage. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, I didn't have my period last month. This month is almost over and she still hasn't come. Should I? As she spoke, mist suddenly rose in her beautiful eyes. She pulled her soft, boneless hand out of Ji Feng's, and clasped the two hands together. She looked nervous and scared. I thought it was just delayed for a few days, but it's already the second month and there's still no sign of it coming. It's inevitable that she wouldn't think too much. You're not having your period. Ji Feng's heart tightened when he heard that. He was not worried about himself, but Su Liuli. The other party was a girl. If it was really such a coincidence, what should he do next? Liuli, don't cry yet. I have time tomorrow to take you to the hospital. Don't be afraid. I tried hard to comfort the other person, but found that there was no substantial effect at all. I'm fine, maybe it's because I worry too much. Tilda. Raising her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes, Su Liuli pretended to be strong. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Let's go to the hospital tomorrow morning. Looking at Su Liuli, Ji Feng felt very guilty. If it weren't for last time, Su Liuli wouldn't he be so scared and nervous. Thinking back on what he had done, he really felt like he deserved to die. Maybe because they had to prepare to go to the hospital tomorrow morning, the two of them hardly ate anything. Originally planning to stroll around, Su Liuli said that she wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest. Ji Feng had no choice but to send her back to the dormitory first. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. At 7 o'clock in the morning, I arrived downstairs of Su Liuli's dormitory. About 10 minutes later, a familiar figure appeared in front of the dormitory door. Seeing Ji Feng, Su Liuli trotted over. Compared with before, Su Liuli actually put on a simple bare face makeup this time. Despite the makeup covering her face, one could still clearly see a hint of fatigue in her eyes. Did you not get enough rest last night? Raising his hand, he touched Su Liuli's hair affectionately, and Ji Feng felt distressed. I have some insomnia. Looking at Ji Feng seriously, Su Liuli suddenly whispered, if I really have a baby, will you abandon me? Don't want you. Silly girl, why do you think so? Su Liuli's sudden words left Ji Yufeng confused. Isn't that often played out on TV? TV series. Ji Yufeng was shocked and didn't know how to refute for a moment. Liuli, you should watch less TV dramas in the future. I, your boyfriend, am not the kind of scumbag who abandons his wife and children. Don't think too much, let's go to the hospital first. Chapter 47, Really Pregnant. He took Su Liuli's slender hand and gave her a reassuring look. Pulled by Ji Yufeng, the two walked out of the school together. Standing on the roadside, I took a taxi to the nearest Shanghai Maternity and Child Health Hospital. The total distance was only 5 kilometers. Because it was rush hour, it took more than 10 minutes on the road. 10 minutes later, Ji Yufeng brought Su Liuli to the hospital gate. Su Liuli stopped, her eyes full of worry. Liuli, go in and rest first. I'll go register. Don't be afraid. After saying this to Su Liuli, Ji Yufeng took her arm and walked into the hospital lobby. As the #1 maternity and child hospital in Shanghai, the lobby was very luxurious. He took Su Liuli to the rest area, asked her to sit down and wait obediently, and then he went to register. Taking the expert number, he returned to Su Liuli. We'll be at work at 8 o'clock, and there are still a few minutes. Let's wait a little. She nodded obediently and waited until 8:10 when the number calling desk started. According to the information on the registration form, the two of them went to wait outside the specialist's clinic. After the first patient's consultation was over, it was Ji Yufeng and Su Liuli's turn. Su Liuli was brought in. The attending physician was a white-haired old lady with a very kind face. Little girl, sit down first. What's wrong with you? The old lady asked kindly, inviting Su Liuli to sit down. Doctor, we want to check if you are pregnant. Su Liuli's face flushed red and she was too embarrassed to speak, so Ji Yufeng, who was standing next to her, spoke for her. Well, how long has it been since you had your period? I didn't come last month, and I haven't come this month either, Tilda. When was the last time you had sex? After asking a lot of questions for about 3 minutes, the doctor took the medical card and wrote out the examination items on the machine. Little girl, don't be nervous. I'll do a test to confirm whether you are really pregnant. Urine pregnancy test, young man, take it and get it checked first. The examination department is on the 2nd floor of the hospital. He took out the medical consultation card and handed it to Ji Yufeng. Okay, thank you, doctor. Liuli, let's go check first. He took the medical consultation card, took Su Liuli out of the clinic, and took the elevator to the 2nd floor. The urine pregnancy test was very quick. In more than half an hour, Ji Yufeng had already received the test results. I took the result and returned to the clinic. After reading the result, the doctor pushed his reading glasses and nodded, yes, you are pregnant. The doctor's words made Su Liuli's heart tighten. She bit her red lips lightly, trying hard to control her emotions. Little girl, have you felt any discomfort in your body during this month? In response to the doctor's question, Su Liuli just shook her head slightly. It's only the early stages of pregnancy, so it's normal that there aren't any obvious changes in the body. Next, we need to check the progesterone index to rule out ectopic pregnancy. I suggest checking the blood routine and ultrasound. Okay, doctor, please give me a prescription. For Su Liuli and the baby in her belly, the doctor's advice must be followed. After taking the medical consultation card again, Ji Yufeng took Su Liuli away. When they walked out of the consultation room, Su Liuli could no longer hold back her tears and started to fall. Ji Yufeng stood beside him and raised his hand to let him lean on his shoulder. About a minute or two later, Su Liuli's mood finally calmed down a little. Ji Yufeng, child, are you ready to have it? Su Liuli looked up with tears in her eyes and a serious expression. Want? Of course. Liuli, don't worry, I'll take care of everything from now on. Let's go check first. Ji Yufeng helped Su Liuli wipe the tears from her cheeks with a firm tone. Su Liuli hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then nodded. When the doctor said she was pregnant, she was really afraid that Ji Yufeng would abort the baby. If that was really the case, she had no idea what to do. She could never bring herself to hurt her own child. Follow up with blood and ultrasound tests. The results of the ultrasound test are very fast, while the blood test requires about 3 hours. During this period, he stayed with Su Liuli. Liuli, to be honest, I also had insomnia last night. Do you know what I'm thinking? What are you thinking about? Liuli asked softly, her emotions slightly relieved. I was wondering, if I get pregnant, will it be a boy or a girl? What should the boy be named? What should the girl be named? Does the child look more like me or you? I don't know why I think about these things. I can't control it at all. After Feng finished speaking, Liuli's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she whispered, I was like this last night, thinking about it all night long. I'm afraid you won't want me. I'm more afraid that you will ask me to get rid of the baby Tilda. Her tone was gentle, and one hand unconsciously rested on her lower abdomen, as if she could feel the unformed baby in her belly. Hearing this, Feng smiled faintly. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. In your eyes, am I scarier than a tiger? It just so happens that we are going home these few days. We still have to inform our family about such a big thing as pregnancy. I will go to my grandfather's place and apologize. Whether he wants to kill me or chop me up, I will accept it. As long as he can calm down. It's easy for my own family, but for Liuli's grandfather, getting his granddaughter pregnant is not such an easy task. If the old man really gets angry, he should be beaten up. I'm going to meet my uncle, aunt, and grandma. What should I say? When we met before, we were just boyfriend and girlfriend, but now it's different. I'm pregnant with Feng's baby. What should I do after we meet? Most importantly, she was worried that her future parents-in-law would be angry. Don't worry. With my parents' personalities, if they really knew you were pregnant, they would definitely treat you like the apple of their eye. As for grandma, breaking both of my legs would be a minor punishment to appease you. As he said this, Feng thought of his grandmother and felt a chill on his back. With her temper, she might really break his legs. Of course, all this depended on the attitude of his future granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 48. Maybe the baby is hungry. Break both your legs. HMPH, I don't believe it. Liuli whispered softly, not believing it at all. In response to this, Feng could only smile bitterly. What he said was true. His grandmother was indeed like that. According to my mother's description, my father was beaten a lot because she was pregnant with me. Even his grandson was so nervous, and I don't know how exaggerated it would be when it comes to his great-grandson. The two chatted intermittently, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. I'll take you home this Saturday and Sunday. I've prepared a great gift for you this time, Tilda. I used to joke that my parents like children, and now, my wish has come true and they are really taking the children back with them. However, we still don't know whether it is a boy or a girl, let alone one or two. Liuli? He was talking to himself and didn't hear Liuli's response. When Feng looked down, he found that Liuli had fallen asleep on his shoulder without him noticing. Anran leaned on my shoulder, her profile was soft, her snow-white skin was like a lotus flower emerging from water, her cherry lips were rosy, and I could hear her clear breathing. Go to sleep. He didn't get enough rest last night and now that he finally fell asleep, he didn't want to wake her up. He sat quietly in the chair, without moving, trying his best to make Liuli sleep more comfortably. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. Perhaps because she did not sleep well, Liuli slowly opened her eyes under Feng's gaze. Tilda. Did I fall asleep? Rubbing his eyes, Liuli was still in a daze. Yeah. I slept for a while. What time is it? 11 o'clock in the morning. It's 11 o'clock already? Have I slept that long? I felt like I just dozed off for a while, but I didn't expect that I slept for more than an hour. Not for long. The inspection report probably won't be out until the afternoon. Let me take you out for dinner first. All the items that needed to be checked had been checked. Liuli was still pregnant and had not eaten breakfast. Her body would not be able to bear it if she did not eat at noon. Gurgled Tilda. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Liuli's lower abdomen suddenly made a gurgling sound. The sudden voice made Liuli look embarrassed. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I'm not really hungry, maybe the baby is hungry. Is the baby hungry? Well, I think both babies are hungry. Let's go eat. Feng stood up with a smile, helped Liuli up, and walked out of the hospital together. As it approached noon, the restaurants outside the hospital were very busy. Even though many people chose to take their food away, there were still many people in the store. I passed by several stores in a row and they were all like this. Where are we going to eat? It seems to be the same around here. The two stood on the side of the road. Liuli glanced at Ji Feng beside her. If they were not in a hurry, they could wait outside the restaurant. But how long we have to wait, I don't know. Let's go, find a less crowded restaurant and wait. There was no other choice. Ji Feng finally decided to take Liuli to a nearby restaurant. I arrived at the restaurant and sat at the table at the back. After more than 10 minutes, the waiter finally brought me the menu. After ordering, it took about half an hour for the food to be served. The speed was slow enough, but the taste of the food was indescribable. Ji Feng told her, "Do you think it tastes good?" Liuli held the chopsticks and looked over with a sad expression on her pretty face. She had eaten a lot of unpalatable dishes since she was a child, but none of them could compare to the dishes in front of her. The shredded potatoes had no taste at all, the sweet and sour pork was terribly sour, and the vegetable and radish soup had a layer of oil on it. It was hard to have an appetite at first glance. It tastes terrible. It tastes terrible, 100 times worse than the food I used to eat in high school. Ji Feng spoke seriously. He originally wanted to take Liuli out for a simple lunch, but he didn't expect this to turn out to be the case. Forget it, let's go. Unable to eat anything at all, Liuli put down her chopsticks on her own initiative, and Ji Feng also stood up when he saw this. He, a grown man, couldn't even eat it, let alone Liuli who was pregnant. After coming out of the restaurant, Ji Feng glanced around and suddenly saw a mobile pancake stall. Liuli, how about a pancake? Walk. It would not work not to eat, so Ji Feng pulled Liuli's wrist and went straight to the pancake stall. The person making the pancakes was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing white gloves and with a weathered look on her face. Seeing the guests, the woman immediately greeted them warmly. "Hi, would you like a pancake?" "Well, please give us 2 pancakes with eggs." "Okay." After hearing Ji Feng's words, the woman started to make pancakes very skillfully. Next to the pancake stall, there is a bicycle with a lot of candid whores on it. "Are those candid whores over there yours too?" "Yes, the candid whores are mine too." "Please give me another string of candid whores." "Good." While the pancake was still heating, the woman quickly walked over to their bicycle and took a very large candid whores from it. After taking the candid whores from the other person, Ji Feng immediately handed it to Liuli. "Liuli, eat the candid whores first." "Oh tilde," Ji Feng handed the candid whores to her. Liuli did not refuse and took it directly. "Take a small bite and you will find the sweet and sour candid whores so delicious." With a piece of candy wrapper hanging on the corner of her mouth, Liuli's beautiful eyes curved slightly, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her pretty face. "Little girl, how does the candid whores taste?" "These were just made this morning. Each hawthorn was washed more than 3 times. They are very clean." Seeing Liuli eating so contentedly, the middle-aged woman who was making pancakes smiled. "It tastes really good, very delicious. Ji Feng, you try it." While nodding in response, he did not forget to let Ji Feng next to him have a taste as well. Ji Feng lowered his head and took a bite of the candid whores in Liuli's hand, savoring it carefully, and couldn't help but nodded. "Tasty. The taste of the candid whores almost completely beats the food we had in the restaurant just now. It is no exaggeration to say that the difference is like heaven and earth." In less than 5 minutes, 2 pancakes were ready. 2 pancakes and a candid whore stick cost less than 20 yuan in total, which is definitely economical in a place like this. I took my things back to the hospital and sat in the rest area to continue waiting. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Ji Feng took out the test results from the medical consultation card and brought Liuli back to the clinic. After carefully checking the test results, the doctor smiled and said, "At present, the child is very healthy and everything is normal. Next time we go back, you two should also pay attention, especially to your diet. Try to avoid eating raw, cold foods, pickled, smoked, or grilled foods, as well as spicy foods. Also, please be especially careful. Crabs and turtles have cold properties. Do not give them to pregnant women as tonics." The doctor specifically advised against eating soft-shelled turtles and crabs. Previously, the family of a pregnant woman wanted to nourish the pregnant woman's body by giving her turtle soup and steamed crabs every day. In the end, the pregnant woman had a miscarriage because of the food she ate, which was very dangerous. Chapter 49 Sponsorship of 80 million. Okay, thank you, doctor. Ji Feng listened carefully. Since it concerned Su Liuli and the baby in her belly, he had to be extremely alert. The pregnant woman's body is in good condition. She should eat more vegetables and fruits every day, avoid strenuous exercise, and walk appropriately. You don't need to take folic acid for now, just maintain a normal diet. Doctor, when are we going to come for the next pregnancy checkup? This examination is just a basic one, and many more examinations will definitely need to be done later. Ask now so that you can bring Su Liuli over when the time comes. This inspection is just a basic inspection. At around 16 weeks, you will also have a mid-term checkup, which is mainly for Down syndrome screening to assess whether the fetus has chromosomal abnormalities. A second B ultrasound will be done in the 20th week to observe the baby's growth and development, amniotic fluid and fetal position. It's been more than a month now, you can just come back for a checkup in 2 months. The doctor took a look at the examination report and then wrote down the date of the next examination on it. Okay, we'll come back for another checkup in 2 months. Thank you, doctor. After speaking to the doctor, Ji Feng looked down at Su Liuli who was sitting there, ready to take her away. Wait a moment. One more thing, it's the early stages of pregnancy, try not to have sex. Especially young men, who are young and strong, should be patient and wait until the second trimester when the baby is more stable before having sex. Seeing how young Ji Feng and Su Liuli were, their white-haired grandmother couldn't help but give them a few more instructions. After all, I don't have any experience, and if something goes wrong, it would be bad. Hearing the doctor's words, Ji Feng was slightly embarrassed, and Su Liuli next to him was also embarrassed, but still nodded slightly. Thank you, doctor. We got it. After a simple response, the two of them walked out of the consulting room one after the other. Su Liuli followed Ji Feng quietly, her mind filled with the doctor's instructions just now. There were 2 blushes on her cheeks, and her beautiful face was flushed as red as fire, so beautiful that it was beyond words. Liuli? Ji Feng suddenly stopped, and Su Liuli, who was still lost in thought, fell directly into Ji Feng's arms without noticing. Tilde. I'm sorry, Tilde. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly lowered his head and said sorry to Ji Feng several times. What are you thinking about? You're so engrossed. And nothing. But I didn't dare tell Ji Feng that I was thinking about the doctor's instructions. If he knew, I would be so embarrassed. It's still early, should we go back to the dormitory or go shopping? According to his idea, he wanted to take Su Liuli for a stroll, but then he thought that since she didn't get a good rest the whole night before, shouldn't she go back to the dormitory and rest as soon as possible? I'm a little tired, why don't I go back to the dormitory today? Good. Then I'll take you back to the dormitory. After leaving the hospital, I took a taxi and went straight back to Fuxing University. Ji Feng walked Su Liuli to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and stopped. I'll call you at 6 in the evening and have dinner together. Go back and have a good sleep, Tilde. He touched Su Liuli's head very intimately, her pretty face like a snow lotus, and nodded gently to Ji Feng. Tilde. After agreeing, under Ji Feng's surprised gaze, Su Liuli took the initiative to tiptoe and pecked Ji Feng on the face like a dragonfly touching the water. By Tilde. This was the first time she took the initiative like this. Su Liuli's face flushed and her eyes were full of charm. Without giving Ji Feng a chance to speak, she turned around and ran quickly towards the dormitory. As I walked, my heart was pounding. Su Liuli, you are really not ashamed. She said silently in her heart, and she herself didn't know why, but as if possessed by a ghost, she actually stood on tiptoe and kissed Ji Feng. Su Liuli felt shy inside, but Ji Feng was extremely surprised. He wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect her to be so proactive this time. After Su Liuli returned to the dormitory, Ji Feng got up and left. Taking advantage of the free time in the afternoon, he wanted to go to Yunding Technology. In addition to looking at the progress of peak competitive events, there is another very important thing. I went back to the school gate and waited outside for 5 or 6 minutes, but there was no sign of a taxi. Call. It seems like it's time to prepare a car. Su Liuli is pregnant, and she often needs to use a car urgently. It is not very convenient to stand on the roadside to hail a taxi. After another 5 or 6 minutes, I finally saw a taxi coming. I hailed a taxi and headed towards Yunding Technology. Soon he arrived downstairs of the company. Feng did not rush upstairs, but took out his mobile phone and hesitated to call his mother Song Hualan. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, in the chairman's meeting room of the Imperial Capital Zhuzhou Group, Song Hualan was in a meeting with a cold face. A group of senior executives were sitting around her, all with serious expressions. Buzz buzz buzz. In the quiet conference room, the phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, and the clear sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. When Song Hualan heard the voice, her indifferent expression eased slightly. When he saw that it was a call from Feng, he picked up the phone and stood up. All those overseas projects have been suspended, and the main person in charge has been temporarily suspended. With just one simple sentence, the faces of everyone present suddenly changed. After saying this coldly, Song Hualan took her cell phone, turned around and walked out of the meeting room, and the assistant beside her followed closely behind. After walking out of the meeting room, Song Hualan immediately pressed the answer button. "What's the matter, little brat?" The familiar voice of his mother rang out on the other end of the phone, and Feng's calm face suddenly broke into a smile. "Mom, are you and Dad back from abroad?" "I'm back." "Oh, you didn't even tell me you were back." Holding the phone close to his ear, Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hearing this, Song Hualan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. "You didn't even ask, and you asked me and your dad to call you. Tell me, what happened this time?" Based on her understanding of her son, if he suddenly called her, it would definitely not be just to ask whether they had returned from abroad. "Hey, you are my mother after all, I can't hide anything from you. Your son wants to start a business, but is short of money. Can you give me some sponsorship?" She spoke with a smile, and Song Hualan on the other end of the phone fell silent. "How you just want money? Tell me, how much do you want?" As he spoke, he arrived outside his office. Assistant Wang Xiaoye took the lead and helped open the door. Actually it's not that much, only about 80 million. After their voice fell, there was no response from the other end of the phone for a long time. Feng couldn't help but continue, "Mom, are you still listening?" I continued to ask, but still no response. Pulling the phone away from his ear, Feng was stunned. "No way. Did you hang up on me? You really are my real mother?" I stood there holding the phone helplessly and had no choice but to call my mother again. As soon as the call was connected, my mother's angry voice rang out from the other end. 80 million, you little bastard, do you think I run a bank? If you don't have 80 million, go ask your father for it." Chapter 50, 120 million. "No, my dad is very busy every day. I dare not trouble him with such a small matter. If 80 million is really too much, you can give me less. 70 million, will that work? If that doesn't work, 60 million will do." Feng took the phone and started bargaining without saying anything. Song Hualan on the other end of the phone rolled her eyes and was speechless when she heard this. They are all raising sons, so why is the son he raised so excellent that asking for money is as easy as bargaining in the vegetable market? 40 million. This is my bottom line, your mother. No more. I'm too lazy to continue arguing with Feng, so I'll just give him 40 million and get rid of him simply. Okay. 40 million is 40 million. Mom, when will you call me? 40 million in sponsorship is relatively not a small amount, and he didn't dare to increase the amount further. In case he made his mother unhappy, the 40 million would be gone. "I'll ask Xiaoye to transfer it to you later, tomorrow morning at the latest. You better do something real, kid. If I find out you're spending the money recklessly, I'll have your dad beat you up. Don't worry, I promise I won't waste it. I'm going home this Saturday and Sunday and I've brought you a big gift. Don't worry, you won't waste the 40 million. Please go ahead, I'm hanging up now." After saying this simply, without giving his mother a chance to continue speaking, Feng hung up the phone. Putting the phone aside, Song Hualan showed a bitter smile on her face. "This brat, he really doesn't do anything without profit." He muttered, then looked up at his assistant who was not far in front of him. "Xiaoye, go to the bank later and transfer 40 million from my personal account to Feng." "Okay, chairman." Wang Xiaoye agreed softly and stood there, as if she had something to say but didn't dare to. "What's wrong? Anything else?" "Chairman, do you really want to suspend Mr. Bai?" Originally, she shouldn't have asked about this matter, but since it concerned by Feng, she was not sure whether what was said in the chairman's meeting room was just an angry remark, so she had to ask again. Well, I'm temporarily suspended. This matter is not that simple. Temporarily suspending her from work is also to protect her. If we suspend Mr. Bai, the person behind the scenes will show up. I want to see who dares to stir up trouble under my nose. You don't need to tell her my intention. Issue the document as soon as possible and announce it to the entire group. After Song Hualan said this, Wang Xiaoye immediately understood, agreed, and quickly walked out of the chairman's office. At this time, outside Yunding Technology, Ji Yufeng was still not in a hurry to go upstairs. Holding the phone, he dialed his father's number step by step. In the imperial capital, on the top floor of the international building, Ji Yuzhengguo was drinking tea with a few white-haired old men. Zhengguo, do you have any good ideas for the domestic economic development? We old guys really can't think of any solution. Sitting opposite Ji Yuzhengguo, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, the old man's eyes flashed a gleam and he asked with a smile. If you are someone who often watches the news, you will definitely be familiar with the old man. Every time he appears in the news, the domestic financial sector is bound to undergo earth-shaking changes. Master Long, you guys can't come up with a solution, what can I, a junior, do? If you want to stimulate the economy, you must have strong capital support. The real estate industry has now come to an end. It is not realistic to use real estate to boost the economy. Taking a sip of tea, Ji Yuzhengguo said leisurely. Upon hearing this, several elderly people nodded in unison. Although the real estate industry seemed to be booming during this period, it had actually reached its peak. As time went by, it was inevitable that the heat would slowly decrease. Just as Mr. Long was about to continue speaking, Ji Yufeng called. Excuse me, Mr. Long, I need to answer the phone. After saying that, Ji Yuzhengguo picked up his mobile phone and walked straight to the window. From here, you can see almost half of the imperial capital at a glance. Xiao Feng, what's the wind blowing today? Why did you think of calling me? Ji Yuzhengguo smiled and spoke. He was quite surprised to receive a call from his son today after he hadn't received a call for hundreds of days. Dad, are you busy? I'm not busy. Just tell me what you want to say. Well, it's actually nothing serious. I want to start a business. Can you provide me with some startup capital? He spoke in a very low voice and seemed a little embarrassed. Start a business? That's a good thing. Hey, that's not right, you didn't ask your mother for money. According to his son's personality, he would usually go directly to Song Hualan for money. Why did he call him, his father, this time? Alas, Tilder, my mother wouldn't give it to me, so she asked you to ask for it. Since I'm so ambitious, would you mind sponsoring me a little? He acted very pitiful, but the key point was that he didn't lie. His mother did tell him to ask his father for money. Har har har. Okay, I'll sponsor you. How much do you want? His son finally made a request, and as a father he had to satisfy it. It's not much actually, how about 80 million? What? 80 million? I thought a few million would be enough, but I didn't expect Ji Yufeng to ask for 80 million. No wonder your mother didn't give it to you. Why do you want so much money at once? Is he in trouble? Ji Yuzhengguo looked doubtful, and Ji Yufeng quickly said, No, absolutely not. I promise. Besides, Dad, think about it, what kind of trouble could I have caused that would cost me 80 million tilde? Thinking about it carefully, what Ji Yufeng said makes sense. It is impossible that he asked for 80 million in one breath because he was getting into trouble. Okay, 80 million is 80 million. I'll have someone call you later. Anything else? Nothing more. Dad, you're busy. I won't bother you anymore. After receiving the sponsorship, Ji Yufeng quickly hung up the phone. My mom has 40 million and my dad has 80 million, which together makes 120 million. This is a huge sum of money, not to mention promoting peak sports, but also enough for a few more big projects. Call. Dad, please don't call Mom. Praying silently in his heart and putting his phone back into his trouser pocket, Ji Yufeng walked straight into the office building and took the elevator to Yunding Technology. Mr. Ji Tilder. When I walked out of the elevator, Annie had been waiting in the elevator for a long time. Well, take me to the meeting room. Okay, Mr. Ji.
He had called Annie in advance, and according to his instructions, Liu Qi and others were already waiting in the conference room. The current environment of Yunding technology is much better than before. An entire floor is occupied by Yunding Technology's office area, of which the technical department occupies 1/3. The company environment is good. Is everything normal during this period? Everything is fine. We have recruited some new employees, and everyone has integrated well. In addition to the peak competitive events, the technical department has also developed several small games. Director Liu Qi should introduce them to you one by one later. Chapter 51 Girlfriend. Fiancé. Good. Under Annie's guidance, we arrived at the door of the conference room. By the way, Annie, I need your help with something. Mr. Gu, just give me the instructions. Gu Feng suddenly asked for help. Annie was a little uncomfortable for a moment. It's not a big deal. If you have time, help me find out about the villas around Fuxing University. I want to buy a set. Liuli is pregnant, and it would be inconvenient for her to continue living in the dormitory, so it would be better for her to move out. Ordinary residential areas may not be particularly quiet, so if you buy a single family villa, you can hire a few aunties to help take care of the family. Mr. Gu, do you want to buy a villa nearby? Although this is not the city center, it is close to the higher education area, so the price may be slightly higher. I wonder what your budget is. Shanghai is a place where every inch of land is valuable. In addition, it is close to several universities and has complete educational, commercial and medical facilities, so the prices have remained high. Even if it's not as good as the city center, it's not much worse. Budget is not an issue, we just want a quieter location. Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll go take a look in the next few days. Thanks. After speaking to Annie, Gu Feng stepped into the meeting room. There were 5 or 6 people sitting in the huge conference room, including Liu Qi and 2 key members from the technical department, as well as 2 people from the finance and human resources departments. Seeing Gu Feng coming in, several people stood up at the same time. Boss Gu. You're welcome. Take a seat. Annie, you sit down too. He pointed to the chair next to the main seat and motioned for Annie to sit down. I came here today for no other reason than to learn about the progress of the peak competition test. Annie called me earlier to report that the test is almost finished and the server has been almost built, right? Hearing this, Liu Qi stood up and replied, yes. Boss Gu, the server has been set up and the peak competition will be online soon. But there are still 2 problems. His tone was a little low and he was very conflicted inside. What's the problem? It doesn't matter. Once the game is online, there will definitely be a series of promotions, and the company's funds may not be enough. There is also a second problem. The server can only handle a small number of users. I am worried that if there are too many game users logging in at the same time, the server may not be able to handle it. If it crashes after just a few days of going online, it will cause a large number of users to leave. To be frank, the main reason is that there is not enough funding. If there is enough funding to expand the server setup and invest heavily in promotion, peak competition will definitely be a hit. Expanding servers and promoting games are not a problem as long as the funds are in place. Annie, you two should have discussed this before. How much more funding is needed for the plan? There is no doubt that Liu Qi must have discussed these words with Annie and others before he could say them. Facing Gu Feng's question, Annie did not hide anything. Boss Gu, according to the request made by manager Liu Qi, the finance department and I calculated that at least another 10 million is needed. This includes the construction and promotion of the server. If we want to promote it on a large scale, 10 million may not be enough. There was only 10 million in the company's account, and after this period of operation, there was less than 3 million left. It's fine to keep peak competitive online, but it's far from enough to bring it to market as quickly as possible. Before preparing to invest in peak sports, he had already thought about the current predicament. That year, he spent nearly 100 million yuan on promotion, and within a week of the peak competition, it directly reached the top 10 of the domestic game list. In less than 3 months, it topped the list. Nowadays, with limited funds, such a large-scale promotion is no longer realistic, but it can't be too different. 10 million is too little. My budget for promotion is about 30 million. Also, the servers need to be strengthened, there is no doubt about that. Sister Jing, I will inject 50 million in working capital in my personal name by tomorrow morning at the latest.
Annie, Liu Qi, the two of you should come up with a promotion plan as soon as possible and do it according to the budget of 30 million. Ji Yufeng's few simple words stunned everyone present. According to Liu Qi's estimation, if the company cannot increase the promotion expenses, it is not impossible for peak competition to be launched directly online. He really didn't expect that Ji Yufeng would be so arrogant. Not only did he increase the promotion expenses to 30 million in one go, but he also had to reserve 20 million to build the server. Boss Ji, you are serious? Are you going to invest another 50 million? I personally don't like jokes. That's it for promotion and server setup first. Liu Qi, is there anything else we need to prepare before we go online? All the source code has been tested, the only thing missing now is the music. The music designs on the market are very expensive. I was thinking, can I ask students from the School of Music at Shanghai University to simply design the music for the venue? When it comes to music, a beautiful figure unconsciously emerges in Ji Yufeng's mind. Mr. Ji Yu. In fact, the students in the music school are all very capable. I think they are not much worse than those majoring in music. Ji Yufeng didn't respond for a long time. Liu Qi paused for a moment, thinking that he had some opinion about what he had just said. That's right, students from the music school are indeed suitable. I do have a suitable candidate here, Annie. I'll give you the contact information later and you can contact him in person. Clear. In the conference room for almost 2 hours, in addition to reporting on the peak competition, Liu Qi also prepared 3 puzzle games. In terms of design themes, each one is very novel. With Ji Yufeng's approval, the 3 mini-games will be launched simultaneously in conjunction with the peak competition. After leaving the meeting room, Ji Yufeng returned to his office. Mr. Ji Yu, regarding the designer of the peak competitive music, you. Yes, I'll give you the contact information. After giving Annie Su Liuli's name and contact information, after seeing that it was a girl, Annie looked at Ji Yufeng with a puzzled look. Mr. Ji Yu, this Miss Su and you? She's my girlfriend. Oh, no, it would be more appropriate to say fiancé. Su Liuli was pregnant, so calling her girlfriend was obviously not right, and calling her wife wasn't right either. So calling her fiancé was more appropriate. When you contact me, don't mention me, use the company's name. If she is willing, everything will proceed normally. If she is not willing, you don't need to force her. Also, the pay is higher. The reason why I wanted her to help design the music was mainly to avoid her having to work hard part-time. Designing some music is undoubtedly a lot easier than working part-time in a kindergarten. Okay, Mr. Ji Yu, I understand what you mean. Well, if there's nothing else, I should go. Just look after the company. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. After giving the order, Ji Yufeng walked out of the office slowly, took the elevator outside, and looked at the time. It was still some time before 6 o'clock in the evening, so he could go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. Chapter 52, Preparing to go home. At this time, Jiang Yu and the others should be in the dormitory. I took a taxi back to Fuxing University and opened the dormitory door. As expected, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai were both in the dormitory. As for Zhang Tianyu, there is no doubt that he went to accompany his girlfriend. Huh? Ji Yufeng, why are you back? Didn't you go out on a date with senior sister Su this afternoon? Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai were surprised to see Ji Yufeng suddenly come in. Ever since Ji Yufeng and Zhang Tianyu found girlfriends, they were often not in the dormitory. No, it's not time for the appointment yet. I'll come back and rest for a while. You two have been staying in the dormitory all the time. Why don't you go out for a walk? Standing beside the bed, Ji Yufeng turned his gaze to Jiang Yu. Hearing his words, Jiang Yu glanced at Xiao Kai and said with a wry smile, "Shall we go out for a walk? I might as well sleep in the dorm when I go out shopping with him." Jiang Yu, what do you mean? Is it too much for you to accompany me shopping? Xiao Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Yu would say such a thing. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, what's the point of 2 grown men like us going shopping? It's better to sleep in the dormitory. That's more like it. The two of them said a few words each, and Ji Yufeng could only smile without saying anything. I rolled over into bed and lay quietly on the pillow, thinking I would just rest for a while. Unexpectedly, I fell into a deep sleep after closing my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Fuck, it's too late. I got out of bed in a hurry. The agreed time with Liuli was 6 o'clock. But when I woke up, I found that I had overslept. Feng, will you come back tonight? Seeing that Feng was about to rush out, Yu, lying on the bed, asked with a smile. Return. I will definitely come back. After saying that, he opened the dormitory door and ran out without looking back. In just a few minutes, Feng arrived near the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to take out his cell phone to call Liuli, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Liuli was dressed in casual clothes. Her tall figure looked even more perfect against the backdrop of jeans. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. When she saw Feng, her eyes became charming and she trotted towards him quickly. You're here, Tilder. With a straight nose and slightly rosy cheeks, Liuli looks both beautiful and cute in this state. Didn't I say I would call you before coming down? How long have you been waiting here? Yeah, it didn't take long. I came down at 6, but it was only 2 or 3 minutes. With a faint smile, Liuli looked up at Feng. What are we having for dinner? Go out and take a look first. Okay. Hee Tilder. Without caring whether there was anyone around, Liuli put her arm around Feng's arm very affectionately. The sudden action made Feng a little confused. Did something happen? Why do you look so happy? Feng asked curiously as he walked forward. In response to Feng's question, Liuli nodded immediately. Something's up, Tilder. Someone contacted me today and asked me to help design a game music. The reward is very generous. There were stars twinkling in Liuli's eyes. As a top student at the music conservatory, designing a game music would not be too difficult as long as she had a little more time. Yeah. It is indeed something to be happy about. You said the reward was generous, how much exactly? Feng asked with a smile how much the reward was, but Liuli shook her head and said, I won't tell you. Sticking out her tongue, making a super cute little expression, letting go of Feng's arm, Liuli couldn't help but quicken her pace. You still haven't told me. Forehead. He spread his hands. Since Liuli didn't say anything, he didn't want to ask more. He had already told Annie, and he thought the other party wouldn't give too little. Taking Liuli for a stroll outside the school, they finally came to a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of scallion oil noodles for each of them. When he felt the time was about right, he sent Liuli back to the dormitory and returned to the boys' dormitory himself. Time came to the next day. In the morning, 2 phone calls came in succession, and my mother's 40 million and my father's 80 million arrived in the account. With 120 million in hand, he contacted Du Jingjing immediately and transferred 50 million to Yunding Technologies' corporate account. Almost at the same time, Annie sent the promotion plan to his email. Promotion is nothing more than advertising. In today's society, advertising is generally invested in television, movies, or some well-known variety shows. An's promotion plan selected currently popular TV shows and variety shows, and put most of the budget on them. As for the promotion plan, he thought it was pretty good. The promotion plan has been finalized. Now, Liu Qi is rebuilding the server, Liuli is preparing the background music, and the peak competition is about to go online. 2 days later, it was Friday. There were no classes in the afternoon, so he bought a plane ticket for 1 p.m. and prepared to take Liuli home. Back in the imperial capital, upon hearing that her grandson would be coming back with his future granddaughter-in-law, the grandmother almost didn't sleep all night. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, leaning on a cane, I don't know how many times I asked the time. Mom, we're just called and will be back soon. The 2 kids haven't boarded the plane yet. It's not a good idea for you to wait like this. Why don't you go back and take a nap first? It takes at least 3 or 4 hours to fly from Shanghai to my home. You can't just sit here all the time. Song Hualan held a cup of warm water and tried hard to persuade the old man to go back and rest. However, the old man was worried about his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, and no matter what she said, he was unwilling to go back to sleep. There was really no other way, so she had to sit on the sofa with the old man and wait. Magic City. Outside Fuxing University, Feng took Liuli in a taxi to the airport. Along the way, Liuli said nothing, her slender hands tightly holding Feng's hands, seeming very nervous. Liuli, are you a little nervous? Tilder.
Turning his gaze away from the window, Liuli nodded slightly. Before, she was already very nervous when she went as a girlfriend. Now, with a baby in her belly, her nervousness is even higher. My parents are easy to get along with, and my grandmother is even better. You don't have to be nervous. You'll know when we meet. He subconsciously raised his hand and gently pinched Liuli's delicate face. The driver in front was still driving, and Liuli's pretty face suddenly turned red with embarrassment when she heard Feng's intimate actions. After glancing at Feng, he turned his head and continued to look out the window. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to design game music? How's the design going? I just picked a topic when I had nothing to do, mainly to distract Liuli's attention and make her less nervous. Chapter 53 completely ignored. It's almost done. Jujio and Manny will make some minor revisions today and send it out for testing. It should be fine. Although she was the one who contacted her, the other party had a tight deadline, so she asked Dong Jujio, Wang Manny and others to help with the production. After continuous design testing by 4 people, the draft version sent to each other last night was passed this morning, and they can continue to refine it. We sat in the car and chatted occasionally. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped steadily outside the airport. Pulling Liuli out of the car, it was getting late, and the two passed through security and entered the airport. At 12:40, before boarding the plane, I sent a text message to my mother Song Hualan. At 1 o'clock, the plane took off on time. It's still early, you should get some sleep. Sitting next to Liuli, holding Liuli's slender hand, Feng said softly. Nodding silently, Liuli slowly closed her eyes. Leaning on the back of the chair, her beautiful profile coupled with her long eyelashes is simply stunningly beautiful. Liuli slept peacefully. Feng withdrew his gaze and then closed his eyes as well. At this time, in the Jiu family manor in the imperial capital. Mom, Hualan and I can go pick her up. You are so old, there is no need for you to go with us. Just wait at home. Jiu Jingguo and Song Hualan were sitting together. Across from them, Grandma Feng was leaning on a cane. When she heard this, she insisted on shaking her head to refuse. The first time the 2 kids came back, I had to pick them up. The reason why I was waiting in the living room was to meet my future granddaughter-in-law as soon as possible. Forget it, Jingguo, let Mom go with us. Don't you know her temper? The old man was so determined that Song Hualan, standing beside Jingguo, couldn't help but persuade him in a low voice. Okay. I'll ask the driver to bring the car over. As time passed and it was approaching 4 in the afternoon, the plane began broadcasting information about its upcoming landing in advance. After hearing the broadcast, Liuli's heart began to beat faster involuntarily. I'm about to meet my future in-laws and mother-in-law, it's impossible not to be nervous. After more than 10 minutes, the plane landed steadily. He took Liuli off the plane, took the suitcase, and walked out of the airport. At this time, outside the airport, 2 brand new extended business cars with consecutive numbers were parked on the side of the road. A white-haired old lady was leaning on a cane, accompanied by 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman. Feng tilde I'm scared tilde. Just as she stepped out of the airport, Liuli suddenly stopped and looked at Feng with a nervous face. It was fine when she was on the plane, but as soon as she got off the plane, she suddenly felt that her feet were a little out of control. Fear. Har, Liuli, we're already at the doorstep. Isn't it too late to get scared now? Don't worry, my parents are not some terrible beasts. Can they eat you? With a light chuckle, he pulled the suitcase with one hand and tightly grasped Liuli's wrist with the other hand, and strode towards the roadside outside the airport. Mom, look, is that Feng? Suddenly noticing a familiar figure in the distance, Song Hualan raised her hand and pointed to the front left. Upon hearing this, the grandmother looked in the direction her daughter-in-law pointed, and after looking hard for a long time, she finally confirmed, it's Feng. It's this brat. Is that Liuli girl next to you? Oh, looking at it this way, they are really a perfect match. There was a smile on Grandma's old face, and she was about to go forward to greet us, leaning on her crutches. Mom, please stand here, I'll answer it. After saying that, Jingguo strode towards Feng, with 2 drivers behind him, one of whom followed closely behind him. My dad is here. Liuli was stunned by these for simple words, and then she quickly perked up. Dad.
Hello, uncle. Ji Feng called him dad, and Su Liuli quickly followed suit and called him uncle. Why? Liuli girl, you are finally here, come on, let's get in the car first. Your aunt and your grandmother came specially to pick you up. Look, they are still waiting over there. After glancing at his son Ji Feng and decisively leaving him aside, Ji Yuzhengguo warmly called Su Liuli to walk forward. After walking a dozen steps forward and arriving in front of Song Hualan and her grandmother, Su Liuli blushed and quickly called out, Auntie, Grandma Tilda. Liuli girl, come here quickly. Grandma was leaning on a cane and beckoning Su Liuli to come over. Girl, you're finally here. Are you tired from flying? Are you hungry now? You are so pretty. Grandma just said that you and Feng look perfect together. Now that I see it, I really praise this brat. Holding Su Liuli's hand, Grandma said with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Feng, who was completely left out, suddenly frowned. He is my grandson after all, why would you be so sarcastic to me? Liuli tilde. There are a lot of delicious food prepared for you at home. Let's go home first. Come, you and your grandma get in the car first. Song Hualan stood by the car door. Grandma, let me help you tilde. Seeing her grandma being so enthusiastic, Su Liuli's nervousness immediately dissipated a lot. She raised her arm and helped her grandma get into the car first. Liuli, you go up too. Your grandma didn't sleep much last night when she heard you were coming. Look how happy the old man is when we meet. Song Hualan said with a smile, holding Su Liuli's arm and going up. After the three of them got in the car, Ji Yuzhengguo also followed. Finally, when the door was about to close, he found that his son Ji Feng was still standing outside. Xiao Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Get in the car. You must be exhausted after sitting in the car for an entire afternoon. Let Liuli go back and have some rest. Song Hualan waved to Ji Feng, and the latter's mouth trembled slightly when he heard her. Fortunately, you all still remember me. For a moment, he thought he was going to be abandoned here, but fortunately his mother found him in time. If it weren't for Liuli, do you think we would have come to pick you up? Liuli, if you have anything you like to eat, tell your auntie and I'll make it for you when I get home. Auntie, Before Su Liuli answered, Ji Yuzhengguo took over the conversation. Liuli, don't let your aunt cook. No one eats her food. What? Can you say that again? Taking her eyes off her future daughter-in-law, Song Hualan looked towards Ji Yuzhengguo opposite her, her eyes instantly turning cold. Forehead. It's not that bad actually. I can still eat it even if I'm extremely hungry. Har 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 har. Along the way, Ji Feng's grandmother and mother Song Hualan kept chatting with Su Liuli. When the car slowly entered the goose manor, Ji Feng took Su Liuli out of the car. Seeing the surrounding environment, Su Liuli opened her mouth slightly and was shocked. Is this your home? She spoke softly, getting close to Ji Feng. The huge single-family villa in front of us has lawns and green plants in the distance. There are welcoming pines planted on the lawn. There is a rockery behind the villa. From here, you can't even see the gate. Chapter 54, Turtle Soup. Hairy Crab. What surprised Su Liuli the most was that there were a few aunties pruning green plants not far away. Liuli, come on, accompany Grandma inside. Tilde. Leaning on a cane, Grandma waved her hand. Hearing this, Su Liuli hurried to the old lady's side. Liuli, does Feng bully you on weekdays? If he dares to bully you, tell Grandma and I will help you break his legs. Leaning on a crutch, Grandma walked slowly forward. After hearing the old man's domineering words, Su Liuli opened her mouth wide. I used to think that what Ji Feng said was exaggerating, but I didn't expect the old man to actually say that. No tilde. Grandma, Ji Feng is very good to me. Su Liuli finished speaking with a red face, and her grandmother immediately showed a kind smile on her face. So you're protecting him now. Har 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 tilde. Although Xiao Feng is naughty and playful on weekdays, he is very serious about relationships. As she spoke, Su Liuli helped her grandmother into the living room. Seeing the decoration inside, Su Liuli was stunned again. If someone who didn't know came in, they would definitely not be able to imagine that this was actually a home. The magnificent decoration is no less magnificent than that of a royal palace. Grandma, I bought you a piece of clothing, but I don't know if it will fit you. Wait here for me, I'll get it.
Before coming here, she bought a few gifts for her grandma and uncle. Although they were not very expensive, they were all carefully selected by her. Girl, did you bring a gift for grandma? Show it to grandma quickly, Tilda. Grandma hasn't received a present in years. When the old man heard that his future granddaughter-in-law had prepared gifts for him, his old face was full of smiles and he was very happy. Letting grandma sit down, Liuli walked quickly towards the suitcase. Seeing this, Feng took the initiative to step forward to help. When the suitcase was opened, in addition to 2 sets of clothes for Liuli, there were also several gift bags, which were all prepared gifts. Grandma, this is the clothes I brought for you. I wonder if they fit you. Try it on for a bit. She took out a top from the package. The red top was inlaid with gold lace and looked very festive. Older people generally prefer festive colors, and Grandma Feng is no exception. When the old man saw the clothes brought by his granddaughter-in-law, he was so happy that he stood up with his crutches. It's so beautiful. Girl, you have a good eye. Let Grandma try it. He put down the crutches, picked up the clothes in Liuli's hand, and tried them on in person. What's more, the clothes I bought according to my grandma's height and weight turned out to be a perfect fit after she put them on. It's almost like it was tailor-made. Zhenghua, Hualan, come over and take a look. This is the clothes my girl bought for me. It looks good, right? Har 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 Tilda. The old man not only looked at it by himself, but also invited Song Hualan and Zhenghua to come and see it together. Mom, you know what, you look really good in this dress. Song Hualan stepped forward and helped her mother-in-law adjust her top, then nodded with a smile. Mom, Liuli brought you a gift. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Liuli took out the scarf under Song Hualan's surprised and astonished gaze. Seeing that she had gifts, Song Hualan smiled even more brightly. He took the scarf with both hands and tied it around his neck. Liuli, is this really a gift for Auntie? Silly girl, I'm already very happy that you're here, and you even brought me a gift. Tomorrow morning, Auntie has time to take you out shopping. For the sake of her daughter-in-law, she would turn down a meeting at the company tomorrow. She likes such a sensible and beautiful daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. As the head of the family, Zhenghua looked at his mother and wife receiving gifts, and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. Dad, what's that expression on your face? I didn't say I didn't bring you a gift, Tilda. This is the pen Liuli picked for you. Do you like it? He took out a gift box and handed it to his father. Before the box was opened, the eager expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a cheerful smile. I like it. I like it. Forehead. You said you liked it before you even opened it. Har har har, I like it even without opening it. This is a token of my love. As he spoke, he opened the pen case, took out the pen inside, and hung it on the front pocket of his clothes without hesitation. Grandma was wearing a red top, Mom was wearing a scarf, and Dad was hanging a pen in front of him, and they all had smiles on their faces. Girl, wait here. Grandma has prepared a gift for you. Wearing a festive red top, Grandma walked towards her room with a cane. A few minutes later, under the surprised gaze of Liuli and Feng, the old man came out with a box. Girl, this is the bracelet that Grandma prepared for you. Try it on. When you open the box, a jade bracelet that is emerald green comes into view. A jade bracelet of this quality is undoubtedly priceless. Even though Liuli knew nothing about jade, she was well aware of the value of the bracelet and quickly refused in front of her grandmother. Grandma, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. It's not about being expensive or not. The bracelet is a gift from your grandma. It has a different meaning. Come, Feng, help the girl put it on. He took out the bracelet and handed it directly to Feng. Good. Liuli, let me help you put it on. He picked up the bracelet and put it on under Liuli's bewildered gaze. Surprisingly, the size was just right. Mom, when did you prepare the gift for Liuli? You didn't even tell us. I forgot to prepare Tilda. Song Hualan came to her mother-in-law with an embarrassed look on her face. The old lady was giving gifts to her future granddaughter-in-law, but she, as the mother-in-law, had not prepared anything. It was so embarrassing. Mom, Hualan, dinner is ready, let's come over and have dinner first. Yes, let's have dinner first. Liuli, you must be hungry after sitting on the plane for such a long time. Auntie will take you to dinner. Holding Su Liuli's hand and walking towards the restaurant, Ji Feng took the initiative to support his grandmother. You have a really good eye, you can find a beautiful and sensible girl like Liuli. You have to treat people well, do you hear me? Looking at Ji Feng with a smile, Grandma was extremely satisfied with Su Liuli in her heart. Don't worry, I promise to treat him well. We came to the restaurant chatting and laughing, and after everyone was seated, several aunts quickly brought up the prepared dinner. Liuli, this is turtle soup. Auntie will scoop you a bowl first. The soup came first, and Song Hualan pretended to pick up the spoon to scoop a bowl for Su Liuli. Etc. Mom, Liuli doesn't like to eat turtle, you don't have to scoop soup for her. Don't like eating turtle. Okay, let's start with the hairy crabs. These hairy crabs are all fresh crabs that Auntie bought this morning. They taste very delicious. The turtle soup didn't work, so Song Hualan prepared to give Su Liuli a hairy crab. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Ji Feng hurriedly spoke up to stop him. What happened again? Song Hualan was holding a hairy crab in her hand and looked at Ji Feng with a puzzled look on her face. Mom, Liuli doesn't like seafood, why don't you give me the hairy crabs tilde? What a joke, turtle soup and hairy crabs, it's clear that my mother is trying to murder her own grandson. He clearly remembered that the doctor had specifically advised that turtle soup and crabs were cold in nature and should not be eaten. Chapter 55 I really can't eat any more. Don't like seafood. Liuli, is this true? Holding the hairy crab between chopsticks, Song Hualan didn't know whether what her son said was true or not. As it concerns the health of the baby in her belly, Su Liuli nodded slightly under Ji Feng's gaze. It's okay. If you don't like it, then don't eat it. There are many dishes on the table. Tell Auntie which one you like and she will serve it to you. It's all Ji Feng's fault. I called him and he said you didn't have any dietary restrictions. While speaking, he did not forget to complain about Ji Feng. Facing his mother's complaints, Ji Feng didn't lose his temper. He did say on the phone that Su Liuli had no dietary restrictions, but she didn't know about the pregnancy at that time. Auntie, I just need some vegetables tilde. How can you only eat vegetables? If you don't like other things, you must like chicken legs. Come here, Auntie will give you a chicken drumstick. Song Hualan picked up the serving chopsticks next to her, picked up the largest chicken leg and put it on Su Liuli's plate. If you just eat this big chicken drumstick, you probably won't need to eat any other dishes. Hualan, Liuli likes to eat vegetables. Take some of those vegetables over there. These vegetables are all grown in my grandmother's backyard, so they are guaranteed to be fresh and pollution-free. It was not enough for Song Hualan alone to pick up the dishes. Grandma also sat in the main seat and followed the instructions. Just like that, during the entire meal, Su Liuli ate more and more food on her plate, and in the end, it was almost overflowing. Auntie, I'm really full tilde. The future mother-in-law still wanted to pick up some food. Su Liuli, who was sitting next to her, looked nervous and felt at a loss for a moment. Her stomach was so bloated that the food on the plate was scary to her at first glance and she couldn't eat a single bit. Okay, Auntie won't serve you any food. Then take what you like to eat yourself. If it's out of reach, Auntie will bring the food over here for you. Under the table, Su Liuli gently kicked Ji Feng's calf with her toes, her innocent big eyes blinking as she looked at the dish that the aunt had picked up on the plate in front of her. With just one glance, Ji Feng instantly understood what Su Liuli meant. He coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment, and while his mother wasn't paying attention, he picked up the food from Su Liuli's plate and put it into his own bowl. After a while, the tall pile of vegetables finally disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Liuli, it's still early today, are you tired? After finishing her meal, Song Hualan put down her chopsticks. Not tired tilde. If you're not tired, would you like to go shopping with Auntie? The mall is very lively in the capital at night. Auntie will take you out for a walk. She was supposed to prepare a gift today, but she was so busy that she forgot about it. If I could go shopping tonight, I could pick some. Okay, thank you Auntie. Auntie said she wanted to go out shopping, and Su Liuli nodded and agreed without thinking. Ji Feng, do you want to go with us? After swallowing the food in his mouth, Ji Feng pointed at himself, me. Go, let's go together. After all, this was Su Liuli's first time here and he wasn't very familiar with his mother yet. If he didn't go, the other party would definitely be very nervous. Xiao Feng, I don't know when you became so hungry. Everyone had almost finished eating, only Ji Feng was still feasting. Since we are going together, you should hurry up and eat. I'll call your Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai. Mom, are you still going to bring Aunt Bai with you? Ji Feng couldn't help but reveal a bitter look on his face when he heard that. The Aunt Bai that my mother Song Hualan mentioned is Bai Yufeng, one of the vice presidents of Zhuzhou Group. She is in her early 40s and has a quirky personality. He was bullied a lot when he was a child. Yes, she has been trying to ask me out shopping lately, but I don't have time. We just happened to go shopping together today. Besides, she knew Liuli was coming over, and she kept clamoring to see Liuli. Asking her to come over would be a good opportunity for Liuli to get to know her. Liuli, your Aunt Bai is my aunt's best friend. Can we take her with us when we go shopping later? Ji Yufeng's opinion is not important. Whether he can take Bai Yufeng along depends on what his future daughter-in-law thinks. Yes. That's fine with me. Su Liuli stood beside Ji Yufeng and responded as soon as she heard Song Huelan's question. Okay, then Auntie will call now. Your Aunt Bai is really interesting. You'll know when we meet later. Holding the phone to her ear, Song Huelan explained with a smile. While Song Huelan was on the phone, Su Liuli turned around and came to her grandmother. Grandma, my aunt and I are going out to play, do you want to go out with us? Girl, Grandma is old and worried that it will affect you. It's better for you young people to go. Sitting in the chair, Grandma shook her head. Deep down, she still really wanted to go out for a walk as she hadn't been out for a long time. Grandma told her. Listen to Liuli, come with us for a walk. Let Liuli accompany you, it's okay. I know her character very well. Even though she says she doesn't want to go, she must really want to go out with me. Girl, are you really willing to let Grandma go with you? Tilda. I can help you. Har, okay. Then I'll shamelessly go with you. I haven't been out for a long time. This time I just want to go out and get some fresh air. It only took a minute or two for Song Huelan to finish the call, and Bai Yufeng ran to Gu's manor as soon as she received the call. After eating and drinking, several aunts cleaned up the restaurant. Song Huelan led the way, and Su Liuli helped her grandmother to sit down on the sofa. Liuli, sit down and rest for a while. Auntie will prepare some fruit for you. What do you want to eat? Motioning to Su Liuli to sit down with Grandma Ji Yufeng, Song Huelan picked up the fruit plate on the coffee table. Auntie, I don't want to eat anything. I really can't eat anymore. Looking down at her belly, she saw that her originally flat belly now had a small bulge. Huelan, just cut some fruit and bring it over. Oh, I know, Mom. Song Huelan turned around with the fruit plate, while her grandmother took Su Liuli's hand and started chatting happily. Liuli, do your parents know you're at home? Are they satisfied with this brat Ji Yufeng? Grandma, Liuli has been living with her grandfather. Grandpa doesn't know that we are together yet. Ji Yufeng spoke in time. When Grandma heard this, her kind eyes lost focus for a moment. Even her sitting dad, Ji Yuzhengguo, couldn't help but slowly sit up straight. Girl, Grandma didn't mean it. I didn't know in advance. Don't take what I just said to heart. Grandma took Su Liuli's slender little hand tremblingly, with a look of heartache in her eyes. Such a beautiful and obedient child actually has such a background. She grew up with her grandfather and no one knows how much hardship she has endured. It's okay, Grandma. I've gotten used to it over the years. Grandpa is very kind to me. I want to tell him in person about Ji Yufeng and I being together. Mom, Liuli is right. Let Ji Yufeng accompany Liuli back home. It's better to tell the elders in person. Chapter 56, Morning Sickness. After what Dad Ji Yuzhengguo said, Grandma didn't ask any more questions. About 10 minutes later, Song Huelan came out with some fruits. At the same time, a middle-aged woman in trendy clothes and a scented coat walked into the living room at the door. She is not very tall and is dressed very delicately, but the most eye-catching thing about her is her curly golden hair. It sparkles in the sunlight, and if you don't look at it from the front, you will definitely mistake it for a foreigner. Huelan. Hey, Ji Yufeng, you're back. Seeing Ji Yufeng sitting on the sofa, Bai Yufeng came behind him and patted his shoulder. Before Ji Yufeng turned around, his eyes noticed Su Liuli opposite him. Her skin was as white as cream, her figure was slim, and her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, which made her eyes light up. Liuli? Oh my god, Liuli, you are so beautiful. Covering her mouth with one hand and making a very exaggerated expression, Bai Yufeng quickly came to Su Liuli in everyone's astonished gaze. Liuli, to be honest, Aunt Bai has traveled all over the country for so many years, but I have never seen a girl as pretty as you. Ji Feng is so lucky. How could he find such a beautiful girl? A pair of hands tightly grasped Su Liuli's wrists, and Bai Yufeng was about to drool from the corners of her mouth. Song Hualan said that Aunt Bai was very funny, but she didn't expect her to be so exaggerated. Su Liuli sat on the sofa in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yufeng? Just be quiet for a moment. Can you be more normal and don't scare Liuli? After placing 2 plates of fruit on the coffee table, Song Hualan complained a few words, took Bai Yufeng's hand, and asked her to sit on the other side of Grandma Ji Yufeng. Liuli, don't be afraid. Your Aunt Bai is just like that, weird and exaggerated. Here, have some of the fruit that Auntie washed for you. Do you want to eat jackfruit? This jackfruit was just peeled by Auntie. It's very fresh. Picking up the plate of jackfruit, Song Hualan handed it to Su Liuli. I spent so much time in the kitchen just to peel the jackfruit. It took me more than 10 minutes to peel a small plate of it. Thank you, Auntie. Halfway through their words, perhaps because of the taste of the jackfruit, Su Liuli's lower abdomen began to churn. Liuli? Seeing that Su Liuli was about to vomit, Ji Feng quickly stood up, supported Su Liuli's arm, and took her quickly to the bathroom in the living room. What's going on? Liuli, this kid doesn't like eating jackfruit. He quickly put down the plate and watched Ji Feng take Su Liuli to the bathroom. Song Hualan and the others sat next to their grandmother with bewildered looks on their faces. Bai Yufeng narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly thought of something. Su Liuli's retching state was surprisingly similar to that of a pregnant woman. When she was pregnant, at about 6 weeks, she would start to retch for no apparent reason and could not bear to smell any irritating smell. Auntie Wang, take this plate of jackfruit to the kitchen first. Yes. Following Song Hualan's instructions, Aunt Wang quickly took the jackfruit on the coffee table to the kitchen. In the bathroom, Su Liuli was lying on the sink, retching. Ji Feng stood silently behind her, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. After about 5 minutes, the feeling of nausea gradually dissipated, and Su Liuli slowly stood up. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened, I suddenly feel like vomiting. Standing in front of Ji Feng, Su Liuli's beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a hint of worry swept across her delicate face. This made her already incredibly beautiful appearance even more pitiful. What's there to be sorry about? Drink some water first. Feeling better now? Ji Feng handed the mineral water to Su Liuli, his eyes full of concern. Much better. You're not feeling well. Why don't I tell Mom and go shopping tomorrow morning? No, I'm fine now. Outside, Auntie, Aunt Bai, and Grandma were all waiting to go out together. Besides, she really didn't feel anything was wrong now. The nausea she just felt was only short-lived. Let's go out. After Su Liuli finished speaking, she took Ji Feng's hand and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Ji Feng and Su Liuli coming back, Song Hualan hurried forward and said, Liuli, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Why don't you go to bed early tonight, and I'll take you out shopping tomorrow morning, Tilda. It's okay, Auntie. I might have eaten too much for dinner just now. I'm fine now. Are you really okay? Song Hualan frowned slightly, still a little worried. It's really okay, Tilda. Okay, I'm glad you're alright. Let's pack up and go shopping. After Song Hualan finished speaking, Su Liuli took the initiative to come to her grandmother. Grandma, let me help you. Okay, Tilda. Looking at Su Liuli beside him, the old man was very happy. Seeing this, Bai Yufeng happily came to Song Hualan and Ji Feng. Aunt Bai, haven't you been abroad all the time? How come you have time to come back this time? As he walked out, Ji Feng whispered to Bai Yufeng, who was beside his mother. After these words were spoken, Bai Yufeng looked at Song Hualan in silence. After hearing her son's words, Song Hualan's face also looked a little embarrassed. I had time to come back, thanks to your mother. Thanks to my mom. She transferred you back from abroad. He looked surprised. Although his Aunt Bai was not very reliable on weekdays, she was good at running a company. She has been helping Zhuzhou Group run its business abroad for so many years. How could her mother transfer her back for no reason? What do you mean by transfer back? Your mother suspended me. I am now free from official duties and have nothing to worry about. After glancing at Ji Feng, Bai Yufeng followed Su Liuli and her grandmother and got into the car happily. Suspended. This is a long story, and I can't explain it to you in a short time. After saying this, Song Hualan followed Bai Yufeng into the car. Seeing this, Ji Feng simply stopped thinking about it. His mother must have her reasons for doing this. Before his rebirth, he heard that Aunt Bai had come back when he was in school. He thought that she must have been suspended from work by her mother at that time. However, in the following 6 months, the senior management of Zhuzhou Group underwent a major reshuffle, especially in its overseas branches, where almost all middle and senior management were replaced. Now that I think about it carefully, it may be directly related to Aunt Bai's suspension this time. Everyone got in the car and Ji Feng told the driver to drive. There are no high-end shopping malls near GUS Manor, and the nearest one is 5 kilometers away. After driving for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a large commercial complex. Su Liuli helped her grandmother get out of the car first, and then Bai Yufeng and Song Hualan followed. Liuli, let's go this way. The shopping mall here is busy. Song Hualan raised her hand and pointed to the side. The shopping mall in front of her was called China World Trade Center, which was wholly owned by Zhuzhou Group. To put it bluntly, this shopping mall in front of her was her family's property. Chapter 57, Really Pregnant? Yeah, okay. Su Liuli supported her grandmother, while Song Hualan and Bai Yufeng led the way in front. As for Ji Feng, he and the driver followed silently behind Grandma and Su Liuli. When you enter the China World Trade Center, you will find that the interior is decorated extremely luxuriously, and it is no exaggeration to describe it as magnificent and gorgeous. Liuli, the first floor is a clothing area. Auntie will take you to buy some clothes first. Take a look, is there anything you like? Around the aisle, there are unified brand name women's clothing stores, with luxurious decoration and attentive service. The quality is very high, but the prices are also much higher. Auntie, I still have a lot of the clothes you gave me last time that I haven't worn once, so I can't buy more. Holding her grandmother's arm, Su Liuli looked serious. It's not that she's being polite, it's just that the last time she sent enough clothes to school, she had more than enough to wear. Last time was last time, this time is this time. Girls, it's okay to have more clothes. If you don't choose it yourself, then your Aunt Bai and I will have to help you choose it. After Song Hualan said this, Su Liuli looked at Ji Feng behind her with a troubled expression. Don't look at him. He won't dare to say anything when Auntie buys you clothes. Walk. Thinking that Su Liuli was asking Ji Feng for his opinion, Song Hualan rolled her eyes at Ji Feng, pulled Su Liuli's arm from her grandmother, turned around and walked into the women's clothing store next door. Your mother is a person who is always decisive in everything she does. Why are you standing here like an idiot? Why don't you help Grandma go in? Grandma was happy, leaning on a crutch with one hand. Oh Tilda, I'll help you. Hearing what his grandmother said, Ji Feng raised his hand and helped the old lady go in. Inside, Mom and Aunt Bai were holding several pieces of clothes in their hands respectively. Su Liuli stood by at a loss and could only watch silently. Come on, Liuli, try these two first. Auntie picked it out. It looks a little more mature. Try it on. She was wearing a khaki long skirt and a waistcoat. She pulled Su Liuli's wrist and came to the outside of the fitting room. She pushed Su Liuli into the fitting room reluctantly. The staff of the clothing store watched outside the door while Song Hualan continued to pick out other clothes. 5 minutes later, Su Liuli opened the door of the fitting room. When they saw the khaki dress, Song Hualan was stunned, Bai Yufeng was stunned, and even the salesgirl standing at the door was dumbfounded. Wearing a khaki long dress, Su Liuli exudes a pure elegance. This is so beautiful. With her mouth slightly open, Bai Yufeng only muttered these few words. Liuli, come out and look in the mirror. It's so beautiful. Here's a natural clothes hanger. Song Hualan came back to her senses and took Su Liuli's hand to the mirror. It's no wonder that Su Liuli felt that she looked very good in the mirror. Please pack up this outfit for us. We want it. Liuli, try this one again. This was picked by Aunt Bai.
By Yufeng's style, a short white crop top paired with a denim skirt is obviously playful and cute. Bai Yufeng raised her hand to signal and stuffed the clothes in her hand into Su Liuli's arms. Also half-heartedly, he pushed Su Liuli into the fitting room. 5 minutes passed again. When Su Liuli came out of the fitting room, even Ji Yufeng in the distance was stunned. In the past, Su Liuli always had a mature and domineering style, but I didn't expect that this time when she put on the clothes picked by Bai Yufeng, she actually had a pure and lovely feeling. It's so beautiful. Sure enough, my vision is still sharp. We want this dress too. Liuli, try this one again. After trying on one piece, there was another one. Later on, Su Liuli simply stopped refusing. As long as the two aunts gave her clothes, she would immediately take them to the fitting room to try them on. Ji Yufeng and his grandmother sat in the rest area at the door, staring silently into the distance. At the cash register, 6 or 7 clothing bags were neatly lined up. While Su Liuli was trying on clothes in the fitting room, Bai Yufeng suddenly thought of what happened in the living room. Hualan, are you hiding something from me? Is Liuli pregnant? Bai Yufeng asked in a low voice with a smile in her eyes. Hearing this, Song Hualan was immediately confused. Pregnant? What pregnancy? Liuli is pregnant? Who told you that? Song Hualan was full of doubts. Seeing this, Bai Yufeng asked in surprise, not pregnant. Based on her understanding of Song Hualan, she was clearly not lying in this state. Could it be that she was wrong? But the retching look really looked like the scene when she was pregnant. It's strange. I called Xiao Feng before and he said Liuli doesn't have any dietary restrictions. But this time, I didn't eat any seafood, not even spicy or stimulating dishes. Song Hualan muttered to herself, recalling the scene of Su Liuli retching on the sofa, and was shocked. Etc. Yufeng, Liuli, is she really pregnant? Sure. Could you please keep your voice down? You just said that children don't eat seafood, right? Pregnant women, of course, cannot eat foods that are cold in nature. When you were pregnant with Ji Yufeng, did the doctor specifically tell you about this? Yes. Song Hualan nodded quickly. The two of them discussed this in a low voice. After all, they were both women who had given birth to children and knew a lot about this matter. The more we talked, the more something felt wrong, but in the end, we still couldn't be sure whether or not we were really pregnant. Hualan, it's useless for the two of us to guess about this matter. Go ask Ji Yufeng. If it's true, he should tell you the truth. Glancing at Ji Yufeng in the distance, as it was related to her grandchildren, Song Hualan strode up to Ji Yufeng without hesitation. Xiao Feng, come out for a moment. Mom has something to ask you. Watching his mother and aunt by whispering for a long time, Ji Yufeng felt something was not right. She stood up and followed her mother out. When she arrived not far from the store entrance, she glanced around and looked up at Ji Yufeng. Mom, what can I do for you? Why are you looking at me like that? It's scary. Being stared at by his mother, Ji Yufeng suddenly felt a little uneasy. Xiao Feng, tell Mom the truth, is she pregnant? Mom, how did you know? After he finished speaking, he realized that what he said seemed to be wrong. When Ji Yufeng asked this, wasn't this an obvious admission? Upon hearing this, Song Hualan was already extremely excited. Okay, it really is. Ji Yufeng, Ji Yufeng, you actually hid such a big thing from us. Liuli is pregnant, and you dare not tell your family. If anything happens to Liuli, your father will break your legs. Chapter 58, Grandson is still more attractive. Don't. Mom, I wanted to tell you, but I just couldn't find the right opportunity. Please don't tell Grandma about this. I'm worried that her body won't be able to handle it. My mother was so excited when she knew about this. If my grandmother knew about this, it would be a disaster. You little brat, you still care about your grandma. I can choose not to tell you, but the truth will come out sooner or later. Your grandma will know about it sooner or later. Can you still not tell her? Song Hualan said this, but she was also very worried in her heart. If the old man really knew that his future granddaughter-in-law was pregnant with his great-grandson, I don't know if his heart could bear it. Forget it, let's talk about your grandma when we have the chance. How long has Liuli been pregnant? Did you go to the hospital? Although you may not feel much in the early stages of pregnancy, there are still many things you need to pay attention to, especially what you eat. You must be careful. How about mom take Liuli to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow morning? Chief physician of the Imperial Capital First Hospital, I'll call Liuli to make an appointment. Hearing what his mother said, Feng was shocked and said quickly, don't. Mom, I've taken Liuli to the Magic City Women and Children's Hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said everything is normal. After 16 weeks, you can take Liuli for a follow-up checkup. I've only been pregnant for more than a month, so I can't go to the hospital for checkups all the time. It's enough to just make sure Su Liuli is in good health. Okay, then I won't contact you for now. By the way, is Liuli still living in the dormitory? Should we pick her up? I don't feel anything now, but as the months go by, my belly will become more and more obvious. It will definitely be inconvenient for me to continue living in the dormitory. To be honest, I do plan to bring Liuli out. Didn't I ask you for 40 million? I plan to buy a villa near Fuxing University and let Liuli live there on weekdays. So that is how it is. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Is 40 million enough? If not, I'll ask Xie to transfer another 40 million to you. When Song Hualan said this, Feng was stunned on the spot. Is this still the mother who bargained with me? 40 million is not enough, and she wants another 40 million. Sure enough, my grandson is still the most attractive. Xiao Feng? What did you say? Feng muttered quietly, but Song Hualan, who was standing in front of him, was distracted for a moment and didn't hear clearly. No mom, I said that's enough for now. 40 million yuan may not be enough to buy a villa in Shanghai. After all, any large flat in the city center costs more than tens of millions yuan. After confirming from Feng that her daughter-in-law was pregnant, Song Hualan took Feng back to the store after chatting for a few minutes. Su Liuli changed her clothes, and Bai Yufeng held the bank card in her hand, ready to pay the bill. Yufeng, I'll tie the knot. Hello, how much is it in total? Before Bai Yufeng handed over the bank card, Song Hualan rushed to the cashier counter and was about to take the bank card from her wallet, but Bai Yufeng raised her hand to stop her. These clothes are my gifts to Liuli, don't grab them yet. Come on, swipe your card. Without giving Song Hualan a chance to pay, Bai Yufeng placed the bank card on the cashier. There are 12 pieces of clothing in total, and the total price is 68,900 yuan. I'll apply for a discount for you. It only costs 68,000 yuan. 12 pieces of clothing cost nearly 70,000 in total. Su Liuli stood there, extremely shocked. The prices in the imperial capital are even more terrifying than those in the Devil's City. On average, the price of a random piece of clothing is close to 5,000 yuan. Bai Yufeng had to pay the bill, so the task of carrying things naturally fell on Feng. Fortunately, the driver followed behind them. Feng and the driver each picked up a few bags and turned to walk out of the mall. There are too many things and I need to put some of them in the car first. After waiting outside the clothing store for 5 or 6 minutes, Feng and the driver quickly returned to the group. Xiao Feng, stay with your grandma along with Liuli. Let's go to the second floor. They sell gold and silver jewelry there. Song Hualan stood where she was, raised her hand to signal Feng to follow Su Liuli to take care of her mother-in-law, and then she turned around and followed Bai Yufeng to lead the way. Bai Yufeng and Song Hualan walked forward side by side. After they had a little distance between them, Bai Yufeng could no longer hold back and whispered, Hualan. How is it? Is Liuli pregnant? I was very curious and couldn't wait to get the exact news from Song Hualan. Logically speaking, he shouldn't tell Bai Yufeng, after all, he had just promised Feng to keep this matter a secret. But my best friend has already seen through the clues. Moreover, if Bai Yufeng hadn't reminded her, she, as a mother, would still be kept in the dark. It is reasonable and moral to tell the other party. More than a month. Real. I said it must be, oh my god, this is really great news. Standing next to Song Hualan, Bai Yufeng was extremely excited. Feng followed his grandmother and Su Liuli. After hearing their voice, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Su Liuli seemed to have noticed something as well, and looked at Feng curiously with her bright big eyes. Yufeng, what good news did she hear that made her so excited? Grandma didn't know what was going on. After hearing Bai Yufeng's sudden exclamation, she smiled kindly and muttered something. Little did she know that if she knew this good news, she would probably be 10,000 times more excited than Bai Yufeng. Feng, could you please keep your voice down? Bai Yufeng's reaction was so big that Song Hualan was shocked. Oh, sorry, I lost my composure. Listen to me, go back and tell Ji Yufeng's father about this matter first. As for the old lady, let's not talk about it for now. Bai Yufeng moved closer to Song Hualan and whispered in her ear. I know. This was what Ji Yufeng meant just now. He had to find a suitable time to tell the old man. From the first floor to the second floor, Bai Yufeng and Song Hualan were whispering in the front. Su Liuli followed her grandmother and looked at Ji Yufeng with her beautiful eyes. You told your aunt. Song Hualan and Bai Yufeng kept whispering to each other, wondering how could Su Liuli, who was so smart, not see the clues. Liuli, I didn't say it on my own initiative. Mom and Aunt Bai guessed it. After Ji Yufeng finished speaking, Su Liuli's cheeks flushed immediately. She tightened her grip on her grandmother's arm slightly and bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, like a child who had done something wrong. What are you two kids talking about? What did you volunteer? What did you guess? Xiao Feng, tell me, what did your mother guess? Being helped by Su Liuli to take the escalator, Grandma looked at Ji Yufeng with curiosity. It's nothing, Grandma, it's just a small matter. Pingjing shook her head. She couldn't let Grandma see anything. Ji Yufeng didn't plan to say it, and his grandmother didn't continue to ask. It was normal for young people to have some little secrets, and she, as an elder, didn't have that much curiosity. Chapter 59. Call Mom directly. Take the escalator to the second floor. The second floor mainly sells gold and silver jewelry, jade and jadeite, with prices ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions. Liuli, your grandma gave you a bracelet, and your auntie gave you a necklace, okay. Mom, I've already given you the necklace. What? After finally thinking of what to give, Song Hualan was so angry after hearing what her son said. Stinky boy, why did you give me a necklace for no reason? Are you doing this to piss off your mother? Rolling her eyes at Ji Yufeng, Song Hualan pulled Su Liuli's wrist very gently and carefully. Liuli, come here and take a look. In addition to necklaces, there are also bracelets. How about Auntie giving you a bracelet? The jade bracelet your grandmother gave you looks a bit old-fashioned on you now. A bracelet is more delicate. Holding Su Liuli's arm, he didn't dare let his mother-in-law hear this. If she heard that he said her gift was old-fashioned, she would definitely get angry. Auntie, you don't have to buy me a bracelet. I'm not used to wearing it. Really, no need tilde. Supported by her future mother-in-law, Su Liuli came to the counter and looked at the expensive gold and silver jewelry in front of her, feeling embarrassed. I'm not being polite, but I really don't want to buy the bracelet. Liuli, it's inevitable that you won't be used to wearing jewelry for the first time, but you'll get used to it after wearing it for a while. Aunt Bai sees that you still have pierced ears. After your mother-in-law finishes choosing the bracelet, Aunt Bai will give you a pair of earrings. Mother-in-law. Bai Yufeng called her that and Su Liuli didn't react for a moment. It's just mother-in-law, sooner or later. Liuli, if I were you, I would call you mom right now, har ha har har tilde. Bai Yufeng was careless, Su Liuli's pretty face was stunned, and even Song Hualan was a little confused. Yufeng, what are you thinking about? Liuli, let's ignore her. Auntie will take you to look at bracelets in other stores. Let's go tilde. Ignoring Bai Yufeng, Song Hualan took Su Liuli and walked along the aisle, looking left and right for a long time, and finally stopped at a very luxurious gold and silver jewelry store. This store is bigger, and the jewelry inside should be more complete. Let's go in and take a look. Even as the other party pulled her in, Su Liuli did not forget to look back at Ji Yufeng behind her. Ji Yufeng supported his grandmother, and the two followed their mother's steps into the store. There were quite a lot of people in the jewelry store. At the front counter, at a glance, there were 5 or 6 people in front of each salesperson. Bring Su Liuli to the bracelet area. Hello, welcome. These are all new bracelets from this year. The quality varies and the prices are slightly different. Please take a look and see if there is anything you like. Wearing white gloves, the sales lady inside had a very natural smile on her face. Liuli, take a look, is there anything you like? Pointing at the counter, Song Hualan turned and asked Su Liuli. If you want to give someone a gift, you naturally have to ask for their opinion. There are many styles of bracelets here, and there should be one that Su Liuli will like.
Auntie, don't say no. If you don't choose for yourself, then Auntie will have to pick a few more for you. How many pieces? Su Liuli's heart paused, and a bitter smile appeared on her beautiful and delicate face. In order to buy fewer pieces, she decided to choose by herself. He looked at the bracelets on the counter. Seeing Su Liuli start to make choices actively, Song Hualan showed a look of relief on her face. Xiao Feng, tell Grandma, when did you give Liuli the necklace? How come you're pursuing Liuli? With nothing to do, Grandma took Ji Feng's hand, stood there and asked with a smile. Grandma, if I tell you that it wasn't Liuli that I pursued, but Liuli took the initiative to confess to me, would you believe it? Ji Feng answered seriously, but Grandma became happy. You little brat, you have been shameless since you were a child. Looking at your appearance, will Liuli confess to you unless she has poor eyesight? The old lady's words were very sharp. Ji Feng didn't expect that his grandmother could say such words. Grandma, I am your grandson after all, you shouldn't belittle me like this, right? It is because you are Grandma's grandson that Grandma understands you. Don't joke around. Tell Grandma, how did you catch up with Liuli? The old lady continued to ask questions. Ji Feng was extremely helpless, so he had to slightly modify the confession scene and told it to his grandmother in general. Ji Feng stood in the hall explaining the details of the confession to his grandmother. Su Liuli and Song Hualan were choosing bracelets, while Bai Yufeng walked to the earring area to choose earrings. Hello, I would like to see this bracelet. After staring at the counter for a while, Su Liuli raised her hand and pointed at one of the platinum bracelets called Star. The bracelet is silver white in color, with two ornaments hanging on it, a 5-pointed star and a half crescent. Yes. The salesperson opened the counter and was about to reach out to take out the star bracelet that Su Liuli had chosen. Just then, two girls came to the counter. One of them, wearing a short skirt, came behind Su Liuli and pointed to the star bracelet inside. Hello, I want to try on the star bracelet. As the girl finished speaking, the salesperson took the bracelet off the counter. Excuse me, miss, this lady was here first. As he spoke, he placed the star bracelet on a tray and handed it to Su Liuli. Please take a look first. If you are satisfied, I will help you try it on. First come, first served is just a small matter in itself. Su Liuli didn't think much about it and prepared to pick up the bracelet to take a look. Who would have thought that before she could reach out her hand, the girl standing next to her actually took the lead and snatched the star bracelet from the plate. I've seen it before, and now I just tried it on and bought it. If you don't plan to buy it, you should take a look at other styles first. As he spoke, he actually put the bracelet on his hand in front of several people. Girl, what do you mean by this? Do you know the etiquette? Song Huilan's face turned slightly cold. Her daughter-in-law had finally found a bracelet she liked, but it was snatched away by someone else. How could she tolerate this? Etiquette. Auntie, what you said is too serious. You haven't bought the bracelet yet. We certainly have the right to buy the unsold merchandise. Come on, swipe your card. She took out her bank card from her bag and asked the salesperson to pay by card without even asking the price. Standing there, the sales girl looked embarrassed. She took the bank card and the bracelet represented her performance, but how should she explain it to the two customers in front of her? What are you standing there for? I asked you to swipe your card, but you didn't hear me. I thought the salesperson would quickly take the bank card and pay for me, but I didn't expect the other party to hesitate. Chapter 60. Wife, are you pregnant? This lady came here first. Whether she wants to buy or not, she should try it on first. Why don't you let this lady try it on first? The salesgirl spoke in a gentle tone and was very polite. But such words were really unbearable for the two girls. The girl in the short skirt looked even uglier, and her triangular almond-shaped eyes looked at Su Liuli angrily. Okay, let you try it on. After saying this coldly, he took off the bracelet roughly and handed it to Su Liuli. Su Liuli thought the other party had compromised, but what she didn't expect was that the moment she reached out her hand, the girl suddenly let go of her hand, and the star bracelet fell directly to the ground. As luck would have it, one of the two pendants, the star, was dropped. Hey, why didn't you catch it? That's great, it fell off. Looking at the bracelet on the ground, the girl gave a sarcastic smile. What's going on? What happened? At this time, Bai Yufeng came over after choosing the earrings, and Ji Yufeng and Grandma also came here.
Looking at the bracelet that fell on the ground, Song Hualan looked unhappy. Miss, you dropped the bracelet on the ground on purpose. Does it have anything to do with whether I catch it or not? Su Liuli's delicate face was as white as cream, and she stood there coldly. If you really like it, it doesn't matter if you say something nice and give it to you. Such behavior is bound to make people look down on you. She stood there, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and her tone was quite calm. After hearing this, Song Hualan and Bai Yufeng couldn't help showing a hint of surprise on their faces. Judging from Su Liuli's performance, she has always been silent, very quiet and reserved, and has an introverted personality. I really didn't expect that she had such a side. HMPH, do I need you to give me something I like? It was obviously you who didn't catch it, so the bracelet fell to the ground and broke. Can you blame me? Yes, it was obviously you who didn't catch it. After the girl in the short skirt finished speaking, the people behind her didn't forget to echo her. Hearing this, Su Liuli was not angry at all. Her beautiful eyes were as clear as autumn water and unusually calm. You two, it's not like there's no surveillance here. Did you drop the bracelet on the ground on purpose, or did I fail to catch it? Just check the surveillance and you'll know. Just because I don't want to argue with you doesn't mean you can push your luck. But now you can have your wish come true. This necklace belongs to you. After Su Liuli finished speaking, the two girls looked very unhappy. I wanted to disgust Su Liuli, but I didn't expect to disgust myself instead. Hualan, you're amazing. Elegant temperament, gentle inside and strong outside, your Jiu Feng is really a treasure. Listening to Su Liuli's neither humble nor arrogant words, Bai Yufeng silently gave Song Hualan a thumbs up. Su Liuli was gentle when she should be, and tough when she should be. She was exactly the daughter-in-law in all the elders' dreams. Not to mention the two of them, even Grandma was surprised. Ladies, this star bracelet has been broken. Please compensate us or buy it. Suddenly something went wrong and the store manager arrived at the right time. The girl in the short skirt was obviously still a little unconvinced. Buy it. Pay by card. I threw the bank card on the counter and the manager picked it up with both hands, smiling. Okay miss, take this lady to pay the bill. This way please. I handed the bank card to the shopping guide next to me and asked her to take the two of them to the front desk to check out. I'm sorry, this is the only star bracelet we have. Then take a look here to see if there are any styles you like. If so, I can help you apply for a 10% discount. After the store manager finished speaking, Song Hualan patted the back of Su Liuli's hand and said, Liuli, take a look at the other bracelets. Do you like any of them? If not, Auntie will have someone make you an identical bracelet. It's okay, Auntie. I can just choose another one. When Su Liuli heard that Song Hualan wanted to order a custom bracelet, she waved her hands hurriedly. The price is already high, and with the cost of custom-made products added in, I don't know how much more it will cost. Hi, I'd like to try this on. Okay miss, I'll help you get it out. He opened the counter and took out the four-leaf clover bracelet that Su Liuli had chosen. Compared to the star bracelet, this four-leaf clover bracelet looked simpler. I'll put it on for you. Su Liuli stretched out her hand, and the store manager personally put the four-leaf clover bracelet on her. It's no wonder that the four-leaf clover bracelet looks very beautiful on Su Liuli's wrist. It looks good. Your skin is fair, and this bracelet is very suitable for you. Simple but not simplistic. After putting the bracelet on Su Liuli's wrist, the store manager did not forget to give her a few compliments. We want this bracelet. Song Hualan stood next to Su Liuli, took a glance at the bracelet, and immediately asked to buy it. This bracelet is 163,000 yuan after a 10% discount. Please scan the membership code here and I will give you a small gift. The store manager served with a smile and raised his hand to point to the QR code inside the counter. This is the China World Trade Center's own store, right? Do self-operated stores still need membership? Bai Yufeng looked at the store manager with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Before coming in, she had already discovered that this was a store operated by the China World Trade Center. To put it more clearly, they were shopping at home. The statement that self-operated stores have no members is correct. Sorry, our self-operated store does not have any members. Our QR code is just a chat group. They often recommend new styles of jewelry. It doesn't matter if you don't sweep it. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I'll just sweep it. Song Hualan took out her mobile phone and scanned the QR code in the distance. After successfully joining the group chat, the store manager took out 2 teddy bears as gifts. Liuli, these are the earrings Aunt Bai bought for you, put them away. After walking out of the store, Bai Yufeng raised her hand and put the earrings she had carefully selected into Su Liuli's hand. Mom, it's getting late, why don't we go back first? Song Hualan came to Grandma Ji Yufeng. It had been a while since she came out, and it was time to go home. With the old man's consent, everyone walked out of the mall together. After returning to the manor by car and having a brief chat in the living room, Bai Yufeng stood up, winked at Song Hualan, and left. Ji Yufeng, Liuli, you two should chat with your grandma. Zhenguo, come with me. Song Hualan stood up, took Ji Zhenguo's arm and walked towards the bedroom. The confused grandma sat on the sofa and chatted with Ji Yufeng. When he came to the bedroom, Ji Zhenguo was at a loss, not knowing what his wife was up to. Wife, what's so mysterious? Event. It's something bigger than you can imagine. As Song Hualan spoke, she raised her finger and pointed at her stomach. Seeing this, Ji Zhenguo hesitated for a second or two, then swallowed his saliva and said, Wife. Are you pregnant? Roll. Chapter 61, Replenishing the Body. You old pervert, don't you know how old you are? And you're telling me I'm pregnant? Ji Zhenguo's words almost angered Song Hualan to death. Forehead. So you're pointing at your belly. Ji Zhenguo was speechless. Based on the action just now, I'm afraid everyone would think the same. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. I don't mean that I'm pregnant, but that Liuli is pregnant. These few short words sounded like rolling thunder to Ji Zhenguo's ears. What? You said Liuli is pregnant. His expression was shocked and his voice rose several degrees. Having expected her husband to behave like this, Song Hualan raised a finger to her lips. Sure. Keep your voice down, Mom doesn't know yet. No, wife, are you telling the truth? Are you kidding me? Keeping his composure, Ji Zhenguo's eyes were full of doubt. This was too sudden and he was not mentally prepared at all. Facing Ji Zhenguo's question, Song Hualan couldn't help but curl her lips. Would I joke about this kind of thing? Liuli is really pregnant. And it's been over a month? Call. Har har har, that brat Ji Yufeng actually gave us such a big surprise. Pregnancy is no small matter. As a mother-in-law, you should hurry up and take the child to the hospital for a checkup. With an irrepressible smile on his face, Ji Yuzhen was extremely happy. Check what? Both children have been examined in the Magic City. Liuli and the baby in her belly are both healthy. Zhenguo, think about it carefully. Our family is happy about this, but what about Liuli's family? She is a girl, we have to consider it more comprehensively. Being pregnant before marriage will definitely have a significant impact on Su Liuli. As the elders, they should give it more consideration. You're right. I'll talk to Xiao Feng and ask him to go to Liuli's house as soon as possible. After he's been there once, we'll go visit him again and ask for his forgiveness no matter what. Ji Zhenguo made up his mind. For the sake of his daughter-in-law and the child in her belly, the two of them were determined to give it all. Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't tell Mom about this for now. It's not mature yet. The old man hasn't recovered from the joy of his grandson bringing back his girlfriend. Now if he tells her that Liuli is pregnant, he will be so excited that it will be unbelievable. Okay. I see. After chatting for a long time in the house, Ji Zhenguo and Song Hualan came out of the bedroom. Liuli, are you hungry? Auntie asked the kitchen to prepare some chicken soup for you. Eat light before going to bed at night, it's good for your health. Standing beside the sofa, Song Hualan looked at Su Liuli who was beside Grandma Ji Yufeng with a smile. Mom, chicken soup, still light. Ji Yufeng smacked his lips with a strange expression. Go, what does it have to do with you kid, it's not prepared for you. Auntie Wang, go prepare some black chicken soup, and make it lighter. Yes. Before Su Liuli said whether she wanted to drink or not, Song Hualan directly told Wang Mar to go to the kitchen to prepare it. Hualan, why do I feel like you're weird? Is there something you're hiding from me? Grandma sat quietly in front of the sofa, one hand on her cane, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She felt something strange when she was in the clothing store, and when she got home and saw her daughter-in-law's performance, this feeling became stronger. No, mother, what can I hide from you? I was thinking that Liuli is thin and frail, so I wanted to give her some nourishment.
With an awkward smile, Song Hualan quickly explained.
Yes, Mom. Hualan just told me that Liuli's body is too weak. If she doesn't get enough nutrition, her resistance will decrease. I'm here this time to take good care of her. Ji Yuzhengguo followed suit, and his grandmother looked skeptical. Xiao Feng, come with Dad. Dad has something to tell you. Oh Tilda. Putting down the cup of water in his hand, Ji Yufeng stood up and followed his father into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, the father and son came out. Liuli, Auntie will take you out to play tomorrow morning. The capital is very big. Is there any place you want to go? When I returned to the sofa, I heard my mother asking Su Liuli where she wanted to go for fun. Mom, isn't your company busy?
Not busy. No matter how busy I am, I can always find time to accompany Liuli.
Auntie, I'm fine with it. This is my first time in the capital, and I don't know where to go for fun. Before going to college, she had hardly ever traveled far. This was her first time in the capital, and she really didn't know where to have fun. Is that so? Auntie will pick a few fun places and take you around tomorrow. Sitting on the sofa, the family chatted for more than an hour. More than an hour later, the black chicken soup prepared by Wang Ma was served on the coffee table. Liuli, how about trying it? Auntie Wang was a chef before, and her cooking skills are quite good. Song Hualan scooped up a bowl of black chicken soup and gently handed it to Su Liuli. Thank you, Auntie. Su Liuli took the chicken soup, and Song Hualan scooped a bowl for her grandmother. As for Ji Yufeng and her father Ji Yuzhen were next to him, they were left aside. Girl, how does it taste? Grandma brought the chicken soup, watched Su Liuli take a sip, and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Tilda. It's delicious. I've never had such delicious chicken soup. I had the impression that chicken soup would have a slight fishy smell, but the chicken soup in the bowl had no fishy smell at all, and I could even faintly taste the aroma of lotus root. If it tastes good, drink 2 more bowls. There's still a lot here. When you finish drinking, I'll scoop more for you. Seeing that Su Liuli liked to drink it, Song Hualan couldn't help but feel happy. She held a spoon in her hand, ready to scoop another bowl for Su Liuli at any time. Just like that, after drinking 2 or 3 bowls in one breath, Su Liuli was finally full. Mom, it's a little late, why don't we go to bed early? Noticing that Su Liuli was a little tired, Ji Yufeng stood up and took the initiative to speak. Okay, go back and rest. Xiao Feng, Liuli's room is next to yours, take Liuli back and rest first. Song Hualan raised her hand and pointed to the innermost part of the first floor. There are 4 bedrooms on the first floor. For convenience, Grandma Ji Yufeng's bedroom is also arranged on the first floor. Liuli, let's go back and rest. Grandma, we're leaving first. Good night, Grandma Tilda. Su Liuli stood up, not forgetting to raise her slender hand and wave it towards her grandmother. Good night, girl. When the old man saw his granddaughter-in-law waving to him and saying good night, he responded with a smile very happily. Mom, I'll take you back to your room to rest. Zhenguo, you go up first. Their room was on the 2nd floor. After hearing Song Hualan's words, Ji Yuzhen strode towards the 2nd floor. Ji Yufeng brought Su Liuli back to the room. He did not leave in a hurry, but sat down on the bed in the room. Aunt and uncle know about this. Standing gracefully in front of the door, Su Liuli raised her hand to smooth her hair from her forehead and looked at Ji Yufeng hesitantly. Yes, I know everything. Ji Yufeng nodded. Su Liuli was shocked when she heard this, and her red face showed a little nervousness. What should I do? After asking these 3 words, Ji Yufeng smiled calmly and said, What should I do? Oh, you're kidding me. What do uncle and aunt say? They told me to go back home with you as soon as possible to ask my grandfather for forgiveness. After my grandfather beats me up, they will come and apologize in person with gifts and propose marriage at the same time. After Ji Yufeng finished speaking, Su Liuli's face froze. Propose marriage? Uncle and aunt really said that? Of course it's true. I wouldn't dare lie to you. But Liuli, I have to ask you a favor, Tilda. Chapter 62, Like a Granddaughter. Looking at Su Liuli awkwardly, Ji Yufeng stood up and walked up to her, making an aggrieved expression. What's up? Feeling that Ji Yufeng had ill intentions, Su Liuli took a small step back.
When Grandpa beats me, can you say something good for me? If you really lose your arms and legs, who will support you and your mother in the future, Tilda? Hearing this, Liuli couldn't help but burst out laughing. She thought Feng wanted to say something, but it turned out to be this. With hands as soft as catkins and teeth as sharp as gourds, Liuli put her jade hand to her mouth and pretended to think. After a moment, she said, "It's not that I can't say something good for you, but it depends on your performance." HMPH Tilda, after saying that, she did not forget to snort proudly, with a kind of charming charm in her every move. "Okay, I will definitely behave well and try to get my wife to plead for me." "My dear wife." "I'm not your wife." When Feng called her "my dear wife," Liuli blushed instantly. Turning around, she looked at Feng with eyes as clear as water. "It's getting late, you should go back and rest early. Good night." Can I not leave?" Liuli ordered him to leave, and Feng said with a look of grievance. "No. What if my uncle and aunt see this? Go back to sleep now, or I'll tell Grandma that you bullied me and let her beat you up." She raised her head slightly, revealing her goose neck. With her grandmother's support, Liuli was now like a proud white swan. "It's okay for me to go back and rest. Can you give me a reward? Isn't that too much to ask?" Raising his hand and pointing at his face, Feng looked at Liuli with a smile. Liuli stood in front of him, looking very pretty. After hesitating for a moment, she put her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoes and gently kissed Feng on the face. "Okay, let's go back, Tilda." Feng still stood there and refused to leave, so Liuli could only half push him out of the room. "Good night, Tilda." After being pushed out of the room, Liuli supported the door with one hand, stuck out her tongue at Feng, and said good night. "Okay, good night, Tilda." The door of the room was closed, and Feng had no choice but to return to his own room next door. The time came to the next morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Feng changed his clothes and opened the door of the room, just in time to meet Liuli, who was also going out. "You're up so early." When Liuli opened the door and saw Feng, she was surprised. "I thought I had gotten up early enough, but I didn't expect that Feng did the same." "Aren't you the same? It just so happens that the air outside is fresh. I'll take you for a walk in the yard, Tilda." Holding Liuli's soft little hand, the two prepared to go for a walk in the yard. As soon as they arrived in the living room and saw the three people sitting on the sofa, Feng and Liuli were both shocked. "Mom, Dad, Grandma. You guys got up so early." "It was only 6 o'clock, but I didn't expect that my parents, including my grandmother, were all up." Feng was not surprised at all to see his grandma get up. Old people sleep very little, and his grandma would often get up early on weekdays. What he didn't expect was that his parents would also get up so early. "Good morning, Tilda. Liuli, you must have been tired from shopping yesterday. Why don't you take a rest for a while?" Seeing Feng and Liuli, Sung Hualan stood up and walked quickly to them. As he spoke, he subconsciously took Liuli from Feng's hands and brought her to his side. "Auntie, I can't sleep." "Can't sleep? Are you feeling unwell?" When Liuli said that she couldn't sleep, Sung Hualan thought that she was feeling unwell and spoke with concern. No, I'm not uncomfortable anywhere." Seeing that she was about to be misunderstood, Liuli waved her hands anxiously and explained, "Maybe I went to bed too early last night, so I woke up early today." "Oh, that's okay, Tilda. Getting up early can also help you get some fresh air. Xiao Feng, we didn't go out for a walk when we came home yesterday. Take Liuli for a walk outside. Take her to get familiar with it." "Good." Feng nodded in agreement. This was what he originally meant. "Liuli, let's go." Tilda, he tacitly agreed and followed Feng, and the two walked out of the living room of the villa together. After watching the two people leave, Sung Hualan returned to the sofa. "Mom, I'm going to take Liuli out for a walk today, do you want to come with us?" Returning to the sofa, Sung Hualan asked Grandma Feng. She knew very well that the old man liked to be lively, and since her granddaughter-in-law had finally come, she would definitely go out for a walk with her. "Isn't it inappropriate for an old woman like me to follow you young people when you go out to play?" "There's nothing inappropriate about that. You still can't tell, Liuli is very close to you. She followed you around while we were shopping last night."
You can come along and talk to this girl. When we went shopping last night, except for the time when she was trying on clothes and buying things, Liuli almost always followed her grandmother. It was obvious that this girl was very close to her grandmother. Har 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 tilde. Hualan, what you said is quite right. Liuli is indeed close to me. I've lived to a ripe old age, but I only have one grandson, Feng. Now that I'm with Liuli, I feel like she's my own granddaughter. I'll go change my clothes later, and we'll go together. The old man was happy and the smile on his face had never disappeared since yesterday. Taking Liuli out of the villa and looking at the scenery in Gu's manor, Liuli's eyes were full of surprise. How big is this place? He muttered to himself as he stood in front of the villa door, unable to see the end. Hearing Liuli's words, Feng raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. I don't know how big it is, but it's very big anyway. There's nothing in front, just lawns and green plants. I'll take you to the back. Watch out for the steps. Taking Liuli around the villa and coming to the backyard, what came into view was a huge rockery. Behind the rockery there were two attics, and no one knew what they were used for. And there's a pond. Are there any fish in it? Looking away from the rockery, Liuli suddenly noticed that there was actually a huge pond in the distance. There are fish. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Liuli was curious, and Feng didn't think much about it. He took Liuli straight to the pond. My dad asked someone to build this pond. There are lots of fish in it. Dad doesn't he have many hobbies, and raising fish is one of his few hobbies. I brought Liuli to the pond and stood outside the fence. I could vaguely see many fish swimming around in the pond. The pond doesn't look big from a distance, but when you get right up to it you'll find that it's quite large, with a diameter of about 20 meters. Chapter 63. Can you save it? As for the fish inside, some are big and some are small. It is worth noting that most of them are ornamental fish, and they look very beautiful. There's a fishing platform nearby. Do you want to try fishing? Seeing that Liuli was so interested in fish, Feng pulled her to the fishing platform. The weather was getting cooler in the morning, so before letting Liuli sit down, he did not forget to put the plush cushion next to her. Do you think I can fish? Following Feng's instructions, Liuli came to the chair and sat down, her red lips slightly parted with a smile on her face. I think so. Just imagine, if the other party doesn't know how to fish, he or she probably wouldn't ask this question. Well, I can't say I know it, I can only say I have a little understanding of it. Before I went to college, I often went fishing at the reservoir with my grandfather. Liuli said this, recalling that every time she wanted to eat fish, her grandfather would take her to the reservoir. The fishing equipment is simple, but we can always catch a lot of fish every time. Then try to see if you can catch the fish here. As he spoke, he took out a red bucket from the side. If he could really catch a fish later, he could put the fish in the bucket. It's okay to stew the fish when I get back in the evening. Crabs and turtles are not allowed to be eaten, but fish can be eaten in moderation. According to the doctor, eating some fish can supplement protein. Taking the fishing rod, Liuli put the bait on it in an orderly manner. Standing by, Feng just watched silently. To go fishing you first need to be able to endure loneliness. It was still early, so he was not in a hurry at all. A few minutes later, a fish has taken the bait. Liuli exclaimed happily, and seeing this, Feng hurried forward to help hold the fishing rod. Oh my god! It looks like a big fish. Judging from the force on the fishing rod, the fish Liuli caught must be big. Liuli, go to the side and let me do it. Tilde. Liuli left, and Feng held the fishing rod tightly with one hand while tightening the fishing line. Slowly, a dark red fish gradually surfaced. What kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful. Seeing the dark red fish in the pond, Liuli covered her mouth and exclaimed. It was the first time she had seen such a fish in her life. I don't know either tilde. Feng himself didn't know much about fish, and he didn't know what species this dark red fish was. But as of now, this fish is conservatively estimated to weigh at least 5 kilograms. After a few minutes, after great effort, the big fish was finally put into the bucket. One fish took up almost half of the red bucket, and 5 kilograms was definitely a conservative estimate. Liuli, you're in for a treat tonight. I'll take it back later and ask Aunt Wang to make us a steamed fish tonight.
Yu Feng smiled and said. Su Liuli looked a little worried and asked, "Is this fish poisonous?" In nature, the brighter something is, the more poisonous it is. This fish is so bright, she doubted whether it was poisonous. It can't be poisonous, don't worry, Tilda. According to my father's personality, he would never put a poisonous fish in the pond. Come on, I'll take you back. Putting the fishing rod back in place, Yu Feng walked back holding the red bucket in one hand and holding Su Liuli with the other. Back in the living room, my dad and a few others were still sitting on the sofa chatting. It was worth noting that Grandma had changed her clothes. The clothes he was wearing were the ones Su Liuli gave him yesterday. Huh. Why are you two kids carrying a bucket back here? What's in it? Song Hualan stood up and walked in front of Yu Feng, looking down at the red bucket. A fish. Mom, we just caught a fish from the pond. Let Wang Mar do it tonight. Okay, no problem. We just happen to want to eat fish. Song Hualan agreed with a smile and took the red bucket from Yu Feng. You two go sit in the living room and have a rest. Mom will put the fish in the kitchen. Alright, little brat, you can fish now. Hearing that his son and daughter-in-law had caught a fish from the pond, Ji Yuzhengguo smiled with relief. It's rare that my son has the same hobby as me. No, Dad, your son, I don't have that ability. Liuli fished it out. This fish must be more than 5 kilograms. Liuli? Har, fishing is the best way to improve your temperament. Liuli girl, you have a good hobby. When I have time, I'll take you to a bigger fishing ground. Ji Yuzhengguo laughed, and his grandmother suddenly raised her hand. Liuli, come here. Ignore your uncle. He acts like this when he mentions fish. Go help Hualan put the fish in the kitchen and add more water. A fresh fish for the two children tonight. Okay, Mom, you guys chat, I'll be there soon. With a smile on his face, Ji Yuzhengguo walked across the living room and came to Song Hualan. Wife, what are you standing there for? If you put the fish in the fresh fish tank in the kitchen, the fish will suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Ji Yuzhengguo was talking to himself, but Song Hualan looked a little hesitant. The more she looked at the fish, the more familiar it seemed, as if she had seen it somewhere. Honey, look at this fish, does it look familiar? This fish? What happened to this fish? You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. When he saw the big dark red fish in the red bucket, Ji Yuzhengguo opened his mouth wide and his eyes almost fell to the ground. Happiness turns to sadness in seconds. This is my blood-red dragon. Looking at the fish in the red bucket, Ji Yuzhengguo suddenly felt a little pain in his heart. Sure, keep your voice down. Is this your blood-red dragon? Muttering softly, Song Hualan looked at Ji Yuzhengguo silently. My husband likes to raise fish, and she also knows about this blood-red dragon. It was bought at an auction abroad and cost millions. It weighed less than 3 pounds at the time and it took several years to grow to this size. I didn't expect that it would be caught by my daughter-in-law. Yes, wife, this is indeed my blood-red dragon Tilda. Can you save it? His expression was very sad. Not to mention how much money he spent, he had raised this fish for several years and it took a lot of effort to grow it to this big. How could he bear to eat it? I want to save her, but what do you let your daughter-in-law eat? It's just a fish. I'll give you 2 more some other day. Not to mention a blood-red dragon, even if it was all the fish in the pond, as long as her daughter-in-law wanted to eat them, she would find a way to cook them all. No, it took a lot of effort to raise him this big. Can you go and discuss this with Liuli girl Tilda? I was just praising my daughter-in-law for her good hobby, but I didn't expect her luck to be so good. There were thousands of fish in the pond, but she only caught this blood-red dragon. Chapter 64 Gold-stamped unlimited credit card. Shall I go and discuss it? This is your fish, go and discuss it if you want. After saying this, Song Hualan walked straight to the kitchen carrying the red bucket. This fish must be placed in the fresh fish tank in the kitchen first, otherwise it will not survive long. Watching his wife leaving with the red bucket, Ji Yuzhengguo glanced at the people chatting in the living room, made up his mind, and followed Song Hualan into the kitchen. The precious fish is about to be steamed, so you should hurry and take a look while you still have time. After a minute or two, Song Hualan put the fish into the fresh fish tank and sat back on the sofa. Mom, what is my dad doing in the kitchen? Seeing that only his mother came out, Ji Feng asked subconsciously. Your father studies fish. Studying fish. Yes, researching how to make delicious fish. Song Hualan smiled awkwardly, but she didn't dare tell her son and daughter-in-law that her father was in the kitchen and was sat in front of a fish. If she told them, the two children would laugh to death. Liuli, I made some bird's nest for you this morning, drink some. By the way, when are you planning to go back to school? Auntie, we plan to go back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. Su Liuli said that she would be going back to the magic city tomorrow morning. Song Hualan raised her eyebrows and said, are you too anxious to go back tomorrow morning? Can we go back in the afternoon? Afternoon, that's fine too. Tomorrow is Sunday, and there is nothing to do anyway, so it's okay to go back in the morning or in the afternoon. Since Auntie said so, they will go back in the afternoon. Okay, Auntie will make the arrangements for you and go back tomorrow afternoon. Our Liuli is so well behaved. Mom, you stay with Liuli and chat. I'll go to the kitchen to see if breakfast is ready. After a brief chat, Song Hualan stood up again and walked towards the kitchen. When she came to the kitchen, she saw Ji Yuzhen were standing in front of the fish tank. She ignored him and took the initiative to help Wang Mar and others. Auntie Wang, how is the quality of this bird's nest? Don't worry. I bought this bird's nest early in the morning. It's of excellent quality. That's good. It was 7:30 in the morning. Aunt Wang and several aunts brought out the prepared breakfast. Su Liuli stood up and helped her grandmother walk towards the dining room. Liuli, how about eating some bird's nest first and tasting it? Su Liuli sat down, and Song Hualan immediately picked up the small bowl and scooped a spoonful of bird's nest into the bowl. Thank you, Auntie Tilda. Silly girl, why are you being so polite to your Aunt Tilda? With a happy look on his face, he took the bird's nest from Song Hualan and silently watched Su Liuli sit down again. Ji Feng immediately raised the small bowl in front of him. Mom, can I try some bird's nest, too? It is no exaggeration to say that he has never eaten bird's nest in his life and has no idea what it tastes like. What do you want to eat? Ji Feng held up the bowl. Song Hualan took it in her hand and asked again with a puzzled look on her face. Bird's nest Tilda. Just give me a little, not too much. What kind of bird's nest do you eat? This bird's nest doesn't taste good. Mom will give you a spoonful of millet porridge. Millet porridge tastes good and nourishes the stomach. Come. Under Ji Feng's surprised gaze, his mother exaggeratedly scooped a full bowl of millet porridge. Su Liuli held the small bowl and stared blankly at Ji Feng beside her. Ji Feng's expression at this moment was extremely interesting. You are too biased. Millet porridge is delicious, but what I want to taste is bird's nest. Alas Tilda. With a light sigh, he took the full bowl of millet porridge from his mother. Then Xiao Miju sat down. Su Liuli leaned her head towards Ji Feng, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, I'll feed you a bite. Very sweet Tilda. After saying that, he quickly scooped up a large spoonful of bird's nest from his small bowl and handed it directly to Ji Feng's mouth. Eat quickly Tilda. Ji Feng kept holding it up like this, still in a daze. The grandmother next to him and the uncles and aunts opposite were all looking at him. Hearing Su Liuli's words, Ji Feng quickly opened his mouth and ate all the bird's nest on the spoon. Seeing this, Grandma glanced at Song Hualan next to her. The two looked at each other and smiled without saying anything. For breakfast, under the care of Song Hualan, Su Liuli drank 3 bowls of bird's nest, but a small half of it went into Ji Feng's stomach. Liuli, come here and change clothes with your aunt. Let's take a rest and go out to play at 9 o'clock. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Song Hualan raised her hand and asked Su Liuli to follow her to the bedroom to change clothes. Su Liuli didn't understand what was going on, so she could only follow behind him. The two of them walked into the bedroom one after the other. What is my mother going to do? What else can I do? I'm sure they'll send me another gift, but one that I can't let you see Tilda. The grandmother was leaning on a cane, looking at her eldest grandson in front of her, and couldn't help laughing. After entering the bedroom, Song Hualan did not go to the closet to get clothes, but took Su Liuli's hand and walked to the bed. Come on, Liuli, sit down first. Ji Feng has already told Auntie about the pregnancy. When Song Hualan spoke, Su Liuli's face turned red like a blooming lotus, and she clasped her hands together, feeling nervous and uneasy. Silly girl, don't be nervous. Actually, Auntie hasn't taught that brat a lesson for you yet. Your grandma doesn't know about this yet. When the time comes, your aunt and your uncle will tell her about this, and we will all help you get revenge. As she spoke, Song Hualan pulled over a chair and bent down to sit in front of Su Liuli. Auntie, I'm not angry, there's no need to teach Ji Yufeng a lesson tilde. Her pupils trembled slightly, and Su Liuli spoke in a very low voice. Child, you still care about him. How lucky must Ji Yufeng be in his previous life to find a girl like you? Even if Auntie doesn't teach him a lesson, your grandmother will. He can't avoid this beating. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Having lived with his mother-in-law for so many years, he knew her temper too well. Once he knew about this, he had to teach Ji Yufeng a lesson in order to vent his anger for his granddaughter-in-law and the baby in her belly. The two were talking in the bedroom, and Ji Yufeng outside sneezed several times for no reason. Xiao Feng, do you have a cold? Would you like grandma to ask someone to make you some ginger soup? Holding a cane, the old lady has a kind face and is very amiable. No need grandma, I don't have a cold tilde. Shaking his head, he didn't feel any discomfort at all, and he didn't know why he sneezed several times for no reason. In the bedroom, after hearing her aunt's words, Su Liuli could only pray for Ji Yufeng in her heart, praying that he would be hit less. Liuli, Auntie asked you to come here because I have something to tell you. In the early stages of pregnancy, although there are no physical changes, you still need to pay attention. Especially which one, you must not have it. The doctor should have said this as well. Song Hualan spoke very bluntly, and Su Liuli naturally understood what she meant. The most important thing is your mood. If you are unhappy, call your aunt. In my aunt's eyes, you are my own daughter, and you should treat me as a relative. Did you understand? After the words fell, Su Liuli felt a warm feeling in her heart. She never thought that her future mother-in-law would say such words to her. With slightly red eyes, Su Liuli nodded heavily. Thank you, Auntie Tilde. Silly child, I've told you so many times that you don't need to say thank you to your aunt. Touching Su Liuli's head affectionately, Song Hualan turned around and took the bag into her arms. After searching for a while, she took out a black and gold embossed bank card. Liuli, this is an unlimited card with a daily limit of 200,000 yuan without a password. If you exceed 200,000 yuan, you need to enter a password. The password is Ji Yufeng's birthday. Take it and buy something when you're in a bad mood. Auntie is far away from you, so you must take good care of yourself. Chapter 65, Nine Heavens Amusement Park. When the bank card came into her hands, Su Liuli's eyes were full of panic, and she quickly shook her head to refuse. Auntie, I can't take this card. How could she dare to accept a bank card with such a large amount of money? It's a must. With this card, Auntie will believe that you can take care of yourself. You also want to reassure your aunt, right? Without waiting for Su Liuli to hand over the bank card, Song Hualan gently pressed the back of Su Liuli's hand. But Auntie, this card is too valuable. I really can't accept it. I can spend 200,000 yuan without a password, but what if I lose it? Liuli, don't you want to listen to your aunt? Pretending to be serious, Song Hualan looked determined. This is his personality. Su Liuli was conflicted and couldn't get over it. Having held a high position for many years, Song Hualan also knew the principle of striking while the iron was hot. Without giving Su Liuli the opportunity to continue hesitating, she stood up and pushed the chair back to the table. Come on, Liuli, it's getting late. Auntie will take you out to play. Put the card away. Keep it for yourself. Don't tell that brat Ji Yufeng. Before leaving, he did not forget to whisper something to Su Liuli. Pulling Su Liuli's wrist and walking out of the bedroom, in the living room, Ji Yufeng was telling his grandmother about the interesting things that happened at school. Seeing the mother coming with her girlfriend, the three of them, including Ji Yuzhenguo, looked over. Huh. Mom, didn't you ask Liuli to accompany you to change clothes? Why are you still wearing this? I couldn't find the right clothes, but Liuli said this one would look good on me. Isn't that right, Liuli? Blinking at Su Liuli, she understood what her mother-in-law meant and nodded slightly. Yes, Tilde. Auntie, this dress looks great. Har har har. Since the child says it looks good, Hualan, you should wear it. I have a few meetings today, so I can't go out with you. Xiaofeng, your grandma and Liuli will be left to you to take care of. Pay more attention. Standing up, Ji Yuzhengwar chuckled and patted Ji Yufeng's shoulder. Okay, don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of Grandma and Liuli. Nodding imperceptibly, Ji Yuzhengwar picked up the Zhongshan suit beside him and said, Mom, wife, I'm leaving first. Liuli, let your aunt play with you. I hope you have fun. Well, thank you, Uncle. Standing next to Song Hualan, Su Liuli looked very well behaved. Without staying too long, Ji Yuzhengwar turned around and walked out of the living room. In front of the villa, 3 top-of-the-line business cars were lined up, with 2 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses standing in front of each car. Seeing Ji Yuzhengwar appear, the driver of the middle car hurriedly opened the door. Ji Yuzhengwar got in the car, and the 3 cars started at the same time, slowly driving away from the GUS manor. Mom, is Dad so busy these days? Watching his father leave, Ji Yufeng looked at Song Hualan with curiosity. Before I went to college, my dad often attended meetings, but he had never been as busy as he is now. The economy is in a recession right now, and the financial turmoil abroad has already affected the country. Financial turmoil? Isn't this a financial crisis? There was a flash of shock in Ji Yufeng's eyes. Before his rebirth, he had never heard of any financial turmoil. It hasn't reached that point yet. Okay, stop talking about these useless things. Hold on to your grandma and let's go out and play. Liuli, do you want to go to the amusement park? The amusement park in the imperial capital is so much fun. I went shopping yesterday, and today I plan to take my daughter-in-law to see something different. Yeah, I'm fine with either. She had been studying in Shanghai for so many years, but she had never been to an amusement park. When she heard that they were going to an amusement park, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Xiao Feng, hold on to your grandma, let's go. Okay. Grandma, let me help you. Letting his daughter-in-law follow him, Ji Yufeng supported his grandmother, and they walked out of the villa one after the other. The car outside had been prepared in advance. When the driver saw people coming out, he opened the electric door to welcome them in. After about half an hour's drive, when we arrived at the amusement park, it was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Wow! No way, there are so many people. After getting off the bus, Ji Yufeng looked up into the distance. There was already a long queue at the ticket office. At a glance, all the people were buying tickets. 9 Heavens Amusement Park. I think I heard it on TV. Liuli, the 9 Heavens Amusement Park is the largest amusement park in the entire imperial capital, bar none. The reason why it's called 9 Heavens is because the architectural style of this amusement park is stepped, and each step has different main attractions. We'll go in later and visit the first staircase first. Song Hualan explained softly. Ji Yufeng, who was standing beside her, glanced at the long line in the distance and said with a little worry, Mom, don't explain the origin of the 9th heaven yet. Now I have to find a way to buy a ticket. Today is Saturday. In addition to local people from the capital, there are also many tourists from all over the country. Judging from the situation, if we delay any longer, there will be even more people lining up to buy tickets. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Let's buy tickets in advance, 1 for each person. Let's go check the tickets. Walk. He took out 6 tickets from his bag and gave the remaining 2 to the driver behind him, except for the 4 of them. Master Liu, you can go in and play too. I'll call you in advance when you're ready to go back. Okay, thank you Tilda. The driver looked surprised and raised his hands to take the ticket from Song Hualan. Ji Yufeng held the ticket in his hand. He never thought that his mother would be so thoughtful. If you have a ticket in hand, just go to the front and scan it. Simply pass through their machine and enter the amusement park, and the first thing that catches your eye is the huge Ferris wheel in the distance. What a huge Ferris wheel! A lock of beautiful hair fluttered slightly. Su Liuli raised her head and looked into the distance, a hint of surprise revealed in her clear eyes. I have never seen such a big Ferris wheel in my life. Liuli, Auntie bought a pass. You can play any game you want, as many times as you want. There's a carousel over there, would you like to take a ride? Not far from the entrance, in addition to more than 20 rocking cars, there is also a carousel. In terms of size, this carousel is surprisingly large. Holding Su Liuli's hand, she came to the carousel, found the staff to check the tickets, and Song Hualan took Su Liuli forward. Grandma, do you want to sit on it and have some fun? Ji Yufeng chuckled and said half-jokingly.
It was so lively here, and Grandma was originally smiling happily, but her smile froze after hearing what her grandson said. "You little bastard, your grandma is so old, and you're still sitting here. You want Grandma to die here, right?" After complaining in a bad mood, Grandma turned around and walked to a row of rocking cars. "Xiao Feng, can Grandma play this?" Chapter 66. Uncle, don't you like eating fish? R. Grandma, are you sure you want to play? Yu Feng had a bewildered look on his face. His grandmother was still childish and even wanted to play on a rocking car. Holding the inner card of the amusement park, Yu Feng came to a rocking car, helped his grandmother get on the car, and then used the inner card to start the car. "What's Daddy's dad's name?" "Daddy's dad's name is Grandpa." A familiar voice sounded, and the old man was sitting in the car, having a lot of fun. In the distance, Mother Song Hualan and Su Liuli were also playing on the carousel. Only Yu Feng was standing there stupidly. After doing it once, maybe feeling a little bored, Grandma slowly got off the rocking car. Next to them, an old lady was with a little girl of 2 or 3 years old, who were also playing on a rocking car. Seeing this, Grandma Yu Feng smiled and started a conversation with the other person. "Old sister, is this your granddaughter?" "Little girl, you are so pretty." "Thank you, this is not a granddaughter, this is a great-granddaughter. My grandson and his wife went to work, so I took the kids out to play." "Great-granddaughter. That's great, Tilda." When she heard that the little girl was someone's great-granddaughter, the grandmother was so envious that she glanced back at Yu Feng standing beside her and said, "Alas, when will I, your grandmother, have a great-granddaughter?" After these words were spoken, Yu Feng was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There is definitely a great-grandchild, but I don't know if it is a great-granddaughter or a great-grandson. 10 minutes later, Song Hualan brought Su Liuli back. The first step was basically filled with children's facilities. Without staying for too long, they walked towards the back steps. "Basically, I try all the games that can be played. When encountering some slightly dangerous projects, we dare not let Su Liuli play rashly. If something bad happens, it will be terrible." We had lunch in the amusement park at noon and went to ride the Ferris wheel in the afternoon. Taking Grandma to ride the Ferris wheel, the old lady was as happy as a child. They spent almost the entire day in the amusement park. It was approaching 6 in the evening. Realizing that it was a little late, Song Hualan called the driver, and they took the car back to Gu's Manor. "Liuli, how was your fun today? Are you happy?" Sitting in the car, Su Liuli sat between Song Hualan and her grandmother. Her jade-like snow-white skin revealed a slight blush. She nodded and said, "Well, I'm happy, Tilda. The whole day in the amusement park, my face and heart were filled with joy. Just be happy. When you have time in the future, let Yu Feng bring you back to play often." The daughter-in-law had a great time, and Song Hualan, as the mother-in-law, felt very satisfied. The group returned to the manor, and seeing everyone back, Aunt Wang asked a few aunts to prepare dinner. Half an hour later, Yunding's convoy slowly drove into the manor and arrived at the living room, where they happened to see Yu Feng and others sitting on the sofa chatting. "Dad Tilda. Uncle Tilda. Har har har, how was it? Liuli, how was your fun today?" Smiling, he came and sat down next to Song Hualan, then waved his hand, motioning Yu Feng and Su Liuli to sit down quickly. "Very happy. If it wasn't so late, we wouldn't want to come back." Song Hualan responded with a smile. "Yeah. Alas, I am still unlucky. If I were not so busy, I would definitely go and play with you guys." His tone was quite helpless. He also wanted to go out and have fun, but he just couldn't spare the time. After chatting for a while on the sofa, Weimar came to the living room and asked everyone to get ready to go to the restaurant for dinner. When we arrived at the restaurant, a few exquisite side dishes were served first, followed by the chicken soup that had been simmered for an afternoon and the steamed fish. When he saw the blood-red dragon on the plate, Yunding's mouth twitched unconsciously. "I feel bitter inside and can't bear to look at it. Come on, everyone, use your chopsticks. Liuli, pick up what you want to eat yourself, otherwise Auntie can only help you." "No need, Auntie. I can do it myself." Hearing that Song Hualan wanted to help her pick up some food, Su Liuli hurriedly shook her head. The scene of last night is still vivid in her mind. If she continues to let her aunt pick food for her, she will vomit tonight. "Liuli, try the fish you caught yourself." How does it taste? Ji Feng sat beside her and used his chopsticks to pick up a large piece of fish and put it into Su Liuli's bowl. Xiao Xiao took a bite, her eyes lit up a little, and she raised her slender eyebrows slightly, so tender. This fish is delicious. Yeah. Then I'll try it too. Hearing Su Liuli say that it was delicious, Ji Feng picked up the chopsticks and put a piece into his own bowl. After tasting it carefully, I found that the fish tasted extremely delicious just as Su Liuli said. Mom, Grandma, you two should try it too, it's delicious. Upon hearing this, Grandma and Song Hualan each picked up a small piece to taste, but Ji Yuzhenguo was the only one who didn't use his chopsticks to pick up any. Uncle, don't you like fish? Seeing Ji Yuzhenguo's face full of sadness, Su Liuli glanced at Ji Feng beside him and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. No, Uncle likes to eat fish very much. Ji Yuzhenguo waved his hands, but Song Hualan next to him couldn't help laughing. The fish is ready, hurry up and try a piece. I'll help you with that. Trying hard to suppress her smile, Song Hualan picked up the fish head and put it directly into Ji Yuzhenguo's bowl. Looking at his beloved fish lying motionless in his bowl, Ji Yuzhen felt mixed emotions. Call. Red Dragon, oh Red Dragon, your death is worth it. He muttered to himself that for the sake of his daughter-in-law and the baby in her belly, it was worth it for him, the blood Red Dragon, to die. Feeling relieved, Ji Yuzhenguo began to eat the fish head on his own initiative. In less than 2 minutes, the fish head was eaten clean. Ji Yuzhenguo did not let go of the remaining pieces of fish meat. After a few chopsticks, a 5-jin blood Red Dragon was reduced to a pile of fish bones. After dinner and 2 hours of chatting in the living room, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, when Ji Feng woke up, he, Su Liuli and his grandmother were the only ones left at home. No one knew where Ji Yuzhenguo and Song Hui went. Grandma, where did my parents go so early in the morning? Taking Su Liuli to sit in front of the sofa, Ji Feng asked curiously. I don't know. He went out early in the morning and said he had something to do. No need to wait for them for breakfast, let's just eat. Liuli, you guys are going back to the Magic City today, right? Remember to come back with Feng to visit Grandma often when you have time. When I thought about my grandson and granddaughter-in-law going back soon, I felt a little depressed. Her pretty face was as bright as pearls and as translucent as jade. Su Liuli quickly came and sat down next to her grandmother. Grandma, don't worry, I will come back to see you with Ji Feng as long as I have time. Okay, Grandma is waiting for you Tilda. After breakfast, my parents hadn't come back yet. With nothing to do, Ji Feng accompanied Su Liuli out of the manor and strolled around for a few rounds. It is far from the city, but it has beautiful scenery and is definitely a good place. They played outside until noon, and when they felt it was about time, they returned to the manor, just in time to see Song Hualan and Ji Yuzhen were coming back. Mom and Dad, where have you been this morning?